is the Big O Show. This 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 is the Big O Show.
When protecting your family is your priority, there's nothing more important than a roof above the people you love. Call Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com, 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411 and ask to speak to Tommy, the owner. They specialize in all kinds of roofs, led by their highly crafted, skilled, and professional roof mechanics. All of their previous customers have an opportunity to enter their bi-weekly drawings to receive free an exterior impact metal door. Please call for more details. That's Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com, 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411. Trust Tommy to fortify and protect what's most important to you, your family.
Doorbell camera. Now you have a front row seat to your house getting robbed.
They're breaking into my house!
Ooh, there goes the TV. I'm sure it'll turn up at the pawn shop.
No, not the TV!
Just because you can see them, that doesn't mean you can stop them. With Slogans, you get 24-hour monitoring, a free home security system, and professional installation. Plus, free doorbell camera, one that'll actually work for you.
Get out of my house! Get out of the house!
Call 1-800-ALARM-ME.
South Florida's premier law enforcement agency is now hiring individuals like you. The Fort Lauderdale Police Department is now accepting applications for non-certified and certified police officer positions. Minimum requirements and qualifications can be found at flpdjobs.com. That's flpdjobs.com. Are you ready? The city of Fort Lauderdale is an equal opportunity employer.
This is the Big O Show.
Sports fans love a place with great food, cold drinks, and TVs everywhere. That's why sports fans love Sports Grill and their 7 amazing locations. Check out the Bird Road location at 11481 Southwest 40th Street in the back corner of the West Bird Shopping Center. Sports Grill is also now offering some great employment opportunities. All kinds of positions are now available from kitchen to hosting. Call for more information at 305-485-8845. From wraps to salads to amazingly delicious specialty dishes, Sports Grill is the home to the legendary special grilled wings. Since 1987, Sports Grill, good food, good drink, and good friends.
It's the Big O Show. You're tuned in to the hottest sports radio.
When you need your warehouse looking good while staying efficient, there's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Pallet Rack City is the company you need when you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business. After all, who doesn't love a great rack? Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547.
Orlando, aka the Big O, he covers all the South Florida teams.
For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDconstruction.com.
Dolphins to the Heat, well, you know what I mean. Monday to Friday, lollipop, blow in the...
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
Show O's on the radio, the top's where we gonna go, Miami, that's the way we roll.
Folks, you can support the hardest working sports talk show in South Florida through Cash App or Venmo. Just search Cash Big O Show. Support us through Cash App or Venmo. Cash Big O Show. We thank you for your incredible support.
On the morning show, Big O, no one has a similar show. Talk sports, talk plays, talk...
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
Live and direct, because nobody do it better than Big O in the set. From sunrise, listen live.
When you're ready to purchase a new home or refinance the one you have, American Dream Lending will make sure your loan experience is easy with fast approvals and quick closings. With many loan programs and competitive rates, now is the time to turn your dreams into reality. Ask about special financing for veterans. They never charge an application fee, and you will work directly with one of their experienced loan professionals. Stop dreaming and contact American Dream Lending today. 786-802-1727 or online at adreamlending.com. The viewpoint statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website.
The Big O Radio Show is brought to you by Sports Grill. Good food, good drinks, good friends. Craig Zinn Acura of Pembroke Pines, the #1 volume Acura dealership in the Southeast United States. The Fort Lauderdale Police Department. The FLPD is hiring. Go to FLPDjobs.com.
The Big O Radio Show originates from the OK Coin Studios. Invest a little time and save big. Just set the recurring buy and pay, 0 transaction fee after your first purchase. The Big O Radio Show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley from the OK Coin Studios. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Hey, welcome aboard. Hope you all are doing well out there. Hope you're ready for the weekend. You made it. It is a Friday. It is a Super Bowl weekend. We got the Bengals and the Rams. They will settle the NFL season on Sunday. Looking forward to it. And if you're looking for a big game pregame show, you got to come to us, right? On Sunday, 4:00, we're going to be starting our pregame show over at Champion Sports Bar at the Marriott, at the Airport Marriott, the beautiful Airport Marriott. Beautiful, redesigned, everything in there. They got it's awesome, man. It really is a really nice place. It's always been a great hotel. But the Champion Sports Bar, it's in the second building in the back, in the first floor, and it is a hidden gem. And we're going to start doing stuff with them every month now. So we're going to be doing different events out there and different shows and things like that. This will be our first one, and we'll be doing the show starting off at 4:00. We'll have some guests. We'll get you ready for the big game, and then of course we're going to watch the game there at Champion Sports Bar, man. So come on out. They've got it's a beautiful bar. It's got a nice little patio outside too. So if you want to enjoy, like right now, man, the weather has been, God, it's been gorgeous weather the last couple of days. The humidity is nowhere to be found. It's been nice here in South Florida. Hopefully it's nice wherever you're at. And of course, I spoke to Mother Nature and I told her, make sure you get everything straightened out for us next week in New York. Because Sean and I are headed off to New York on Wednesday, and we get to broadcast at Sloman's headquarters in Long Island, baby. Yeah! Looking forward to it. Love it. Love it, man. That's going to be a lot of fun being out at Sloman's. And remember, next Friday, a week from today, we're going to be at Slattery's in New York. So for our New York, New Jersey brothers and sisters that are out there, and they are part of Dolphins NYC and Dolphins NJ and any of the different Dolphin clubs in that area, we'll be at Slattery's at 8:00 next Friday, and looking forward to hanging out with you guys out there. And we're gonna bring some equipment too. Just in case, and maybe we'll do a short little broadcast there. Obviously, Friday in the morning, we'll do our normal show from Sloman's. Thursday and Friday, we'll be broadcasting from Sloman's. All right? But Friday, definitely we'll be out there at Slattery's, ready to hang out with you guys. So if you are in that area, looking forward to hanging out with a lot of the listeners out there, don't forget to smash the hell out of the like button while you're listening to the show anytime, day or night, wherever you're at in the world. It is very important that you smash the like button. And, of course, subscribe, hit the notification bell, YouTube, podcast, all that good stuff. We always appreciate all of you out there, as always, supporting us here on the program. We, of course, are out at Craig Zinn's, Acura Pembroke Pines. Yes, sir. The finest dealership in the business. Proud sponsor of ours now for 12 years now, man. 12 years of a nice, strong relationship. And, obviously we've owned a few Acuras in our family. And if you're looking for one, whether it's new or certified pre-owned, we've got a great selection for you down here. So come on out to 15601 Pines Boulevard, just off of I-75. And Pines will be out here till about 1 o'clock. You never know on our show when it's going to go. But we'll be out here for a few hours having some fun. We got a loaded show. Ira Winderman will join us at 10:30. Manny Navarro will stop by at 11. Omar Kelly at 11:30. Cameron Wolfe will join us at 12:30. So a ton of people to talk to today on the show. We'll be back Sunday for you. So how about that? 6 days a week this week. Or does Sunday make it 6 days for next week? I don't know. Huh? Right, depends, right?
Yeah, does your week start on Sunday or Monday?
Yeah, I'm going to go Monday. So 6 days this week.
Sounds good.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll go with that. I think that one makes a lot of sense. So 6 days this week as we rock on Sunday and get you ready for the big game. I like the Rams. I think the Bengals, They've shown so much moxie to get here. I just think the Rams, and especially that guy Aaron Donald, I don't know why, man, but I have this feeling that Aaron Donald is going to put on a show of all shows. This is a guy that plays with incredible motivation every down, and this may be his only opportunity to ever win a Super Bowl title. You know, it's easy to assume that, okay, well, the Bengals got here and they'll get here again and all that. They may never get here. Ken Anderson never made it back. Boomer Esiason never made it back. And I can argue some of those teams were better than this team that the Bengals has right now. Can I add something? Are we ready for something here that most people will overlook, unless maybe you live in Cincinnati? Anybody that thinks this might be a sign of things to come, you better wake up. What happens to teams when they get to the Super Bowl? Everybody wants to get paid. You ever know? Have you known Mike Brown to be the guy that pays? No. So that will be also, these are things that happen when you make the Super Bowl. And so I look at the Rams and I look at the Bengals and I look at the Rams and they've traded away picks to go get veterans and they're paying. And they're doing whatever they can to get to that title game. Well, guess what? They're in that title game. And you got a bunch of veterans that they know that this might be the only chance. You got the upstart Bengals on the other side, and you hear the silliness, well, this might be a sign of things to come. And I heard the same thing with Marino years ago. By the way, Pat Mahomes has only won one title. Aaron Rodgers only won one title. Russell Wilson only won one title. And you thought the Legion of Boom would win many. And so far, we thought Kansas City would become a dynasty. And Aaron Rodgers is one of the greatest of all time and only got one in Green Bay. So this assumption that you're going to make it back over and over again and you're going to have all these opportunities, that's a bunch of BS. And when you play for an owner like Mike Brown, who has never proven to be a man that's truly committed to winning. So to me, the Bengals, it's not that they're a good franchise. They're a terrible franchise. He's a terrible owner. But he's been fortunate here. They've sucked enough that they ended up with a top quarterback. They've sucked enough that they've ended up with top picks. And this has happened over the years. And you're going to end up running into a couple of good players. That's what the cycle is. And eventually you'll have some success. And that's what they're having now. But the assumption that this is a sign of things to come in Cincinnati, yeah, no, I'm not going there. I'm going to need to see it. You know what I'm saying? And you love I'll be rooting for the Bengals. I'm going to pick the Rams to win 27-19. Okay? That's my pick. 27-19, and Aaron Donald is your MVP. Because I think the havoc that man is going to wreak on that team is going. See, the Bengals line is not very good. No one is good against Aaron Donald. Aaron Donald against those guys, I just think it's going to be an absolute mismatch. And I think that man is going to be motivated to disrupt things the way, is it, what was it Washington in Fast Times at Richmond High? Was his name Washington? I remember the high school was named Lincoln. Like he killed Lincoln. But I think his name was Washington. I'm trying to remember what's the name of the actor? Who's an exceptional actor, dude. Oh, damn it. In Fast Times at Richmond High. Well, you remember that. For those of you that watched that movie, and I believe it was Washington. Jefferson. It is Jefferson. Very good. Yes. Oh, Vivinetti. Nice job by you, Vivinetti. And McCormick came in too. Jefferson. Forrest Whitaker. Thank you. Damn it. Forrest Whitaker. He played Jefferson in that. And you remember Jefferson in Fast Times? That's going to be Aaron Donald. Okay? That's what I envision on Sunday. I envision Aaron Donald can't control himself. Steam is coming out of his helmet, snot out of his nose, spit all over the place, teeth are grinding, and he's looking at you like he's going through you and your entire family and then going to bury Joe Burrow about 7 feet into the ground. That's just me. I just have that Jefferson feeling about all of this on Sunday. And it does feel like history is repeating itself over and over again for the Bengals, that they get that one team every once in a while that busts through with Ken Anderson and they come up short. And then they bust through with Boomer Esiason and then they come up short. And now they bust through with Joe Burrow, and I just think they're going to come up short because of that guy. It's not Matt Stafford that I fear. It's not Matt Stafford that I think is going to take over. It's not that the running game is going to dominate or anything like that. No, I think Aaron Donald is the guy that's going to dominate. That's the guy that I would fear on Sunday if I'm the Bengals and I'm looking at that matchup. And that's the guy that I would look at and say, that's going to be the MVP of the game. That's the guy that's going to change everything. The entire face of that game. Because I don't know how you end up blocking that guy. So, if somebody blamed the Bengals for ruining Aaron Donald's Range Rover or Mercedes-Benz, or I don't know what he drives. Maybe he's smart, man. He's got an Acura. He's got one of the NSXs. That's what that's what I would have. Oh, those NSXs are so awesome. Oh, man. So awesome. Big O, what do you think of the Dolphins keeping Boyer as DC? I told you that continuity is really, really important, and they're keeping Crossman on special teams and Boyer on defense, and the offense is the only thing broken, right? And Flo. So you got rid of Flo and that disruptive offensive staff that he had that was so bad. So that's why I'm telling you that this transition, the way they're doing it, it's a little different than what you've seen in the past with the Dolphins and anybody else. And they're trying to maintain the continuity that they've built. So you're trying to better your communication. You're trying to get a coach that can actually, get the best out of his players on all sides of the ball. And then you're trying to not necessarily rewrite the entire book. So there's no need to rewrite the defense. There's no need to rewrite, special teams. Those things just need to be tweaked. That's all. Like, everything needs to be tweaked. Every year, you got to tweak something and make it a little better, no matter what it is, right? 2 years ago, the Chiefs were getting throttled in the Super Bowl, and Pat Mahomes was getting killed, right? This year, Pat Mahomes had a cleaner game because they fixed the offensive line. So, everything needs to be tweaked. But that's all you need to do to the defense and the special teams is tweak them. Offense, that needs to be completely revamped, and that needs to actually be, torn down and built back up again. But that's not a setback because there was nothing to build on as it is with that offense. So I love what they're doing because it's giving McDaniel a better chance to succeed down the line. If he has to rebuild the defense and special teams, and they're changing the styles and all that, and then you've got to change players, and it just sets you back. But now the defensive players are walking in going, okay, it's the same scheme, same system. Okay, we're good. Same thing on special teams. So now everything kind of stays status quo. I love it. I have no problem with that. And I think, Josh Boyer and his staff actually did a good enough job because the coach wasn't really, necessarily communicating, with everybody the way he should. So that staff got tested in the second half of the season, and that's when they played some of their best football. So I'm interested to see what Josh Boyer can do on his own. I like it. I got no problem with the move of staying with Boyer. Now, I know they got rid of Gerald Alexander. He interviewed for the Jags job, did not get it. They gave it to Mike Caldwell, the Bucs linebackers coach. I don't know where Gerald is going to land. Now, he was a strong supporter of Flo. Maybe that was his undoing there with the Miami Dolphins, that, McDaniel can't have some guy that, might be still bitter about whatever change was being made. So I can understand that. They're also interviewing Curtis Johnson for the OC position. He's been with New Orleans the last 5 years. Very interesting. Very interesting. Because that's kind of what I always patent. What I want you to do with Tua is a lot of what they did with Breeze and what Sean Payton did. And so now he gets to come over and join the offensive staff. Not that he's going to call plays or anything like that, but this is obviously, he's been a positional coach. Now he gets to work also with the offense. But McDaniel's still going to call the plays. But Curtis could be a guy who we all know also, he's got a history. He can help design the offense throughout the week, which is probably what he's going to be there for. And let me tell you, I love what he said yesterday when the coach was talking about how, great play callers depend also on the people around him. I'm kind of paraphrasing, but I love that because sometimes we watch these coaches that are micromanaging everything in sight. And that becomes a detriment to your team and to your coaches because they're not allowed to grow. And at the same time, they're kind of getting exposed that they're not being trusted. And I thought yesterday McDaniel, over the last couple of days, has kind of given us a little look inside of who he is and what he's thinking. Like in that comment about, that you've got to use the input of the people around you because that's going to make you better as an offensive play caller because, of course, it makes sense. More eyes on the field, somebody sees something that someone else didn't see, and they enlighten you. I thought yesterday McDaniel made a really interesting, I would say, an interesting development in the way you teach. And when he talked about how you got to be ready to be energetic as a coach to engage these players. And when he was talking about how ADD is prevalent, and Lord knows it is prevalent. There are people that cannot maintain more than 10 seconds of your attention span. You know what I mean? I had to deal some. There were salespeople at time that I've dealt with in the past that they have an attention span of 5 seconds, and I've dealt with all kinds of people like that. And I love how he said, you got to be creative in the way you're teaching also, not only the energy, but in the way you represent these things to players. You got to make it fun. You got to engage them. And I thought that was really smart because of the world that we're in, because he's saying, 15 years ago, we weren't dealing with the issues that we are dealing with now with ADD, with a lot of people and things like that, which is so true. And you've got to be able to adjust. And you can't be the same way you taught things in the 80s and the 70s and the 90s now. Why? Because I've seen it. I've been the boss. So I know what people are like. And those of you out there that own businesses, you know what I'm talking about. Every generation is a little different. Every generation has its different little quirkiness, right? And the Generation Zs and the millennials are way more sensitive than prior generations, like mine. My generation, we grew up with, your parents could call you a moron or an idiot or smack you, whatever, and, whatever, you got hit with a belt, you got beat up, whatever, you cried for 5 minutes, and an hour later you forgot about it and you moved on. You could never do things like that with kids nowadays. They would be stained for life, bro. You know what I mean? It's completely different. Your grandfather nowadays can't call a kid, some kind of a name, because that kid will be crippled for life mentally. In our day, it was like we were all laughing at each other at whatever names we were being called or whatever, and you forgot about it because we had thick-skinned. We weren't, it didn't affect us. Getting our asses beat didn't affect us. That's how we thought about it. They can't spank you in school. They can't do that. I had a teacher that would make you stand on one foot, lift your leg up, and then you'd have to balance 2 or 3 books on each hand. And you'd have to do it for a certain amount of minutes. If you put your foot down to get balance, the clock would restart again. You think they could do that now, Sean? Any shot they could do something like that now?
Oh, no, definitely. I don't know if I could really do that anyways.
No, I it was hard. That's the idea.
I'd be there the whole hour.
The idea was to embarrass you throughout the whole thing.
Yeah.
Just like when they used to put a dunce's cap on. You know what I mean? It's like, whatever, dude. We all went through those things and you moved on. It didn't affect you. It made you stronger, actually. Can't do that now. Everything's changed. People change. Kids change. And I love the fact that Mike McDaniel gave you a look inside of coaching is different and reaching these players is different. And you never thought of the ADD angle of it and how a coach has to adjust on how he coaches. And a guy that's 60 probably can't adjust to that. You know what I'm saying? It's just the way it is. But a guy that's 38, that's a whole different ballgame. He can adjust to it. And that's why there was a lot of it yesterday in the last couple of days that I like a lot of what I'm seeing, and I'm hoping that it all works out, man. I'm hoping that this puzzle that they're trying to piece together falls into place. This is a really smart guy. I hope he can get a really good staff on the offensive side. I think he will. And I'm sure he'll tweak on the defense like he's already doing. But overall, it's been an interesting 48 hours here going over the changes for the Miami Dolphins. Let's see. Most today's kids are weak. Yeah, they are, actually. They are. My dad made me kneel on raw rice when I was bad. Yeah, and you do that now, and you get social services, and you lose your kid. I'm super excited about the character of McCoaching. He seems likable and super smart. Yeah, I agree. My generation, the teachers could throw erasers and chalks at you. Yeah, I had a teacher that used to throw if you were sleeping. He had 2 of them that were powdered up on the far right side of the board. And then he had the one on the left that he would use to write and erase and this and that. But there were 2 that were just powdered up on the right side. And so if you fell asleep, he'd go, we would watch him walk over to the right side of the board. And the second he walks over to the right side of the board, we all look around, who's asleep? So if the person that was asleep was around you, you quietly, because we're sons of bitches, of course, we quietly moved a little bit. We didn't want to wake the person up because we love the entertainment, right? I mean, who doesn't love the entertainment? And my man would throw that eraser and whack you with the eraser and powder going up in the air, and there's an eraser mark here or here or here or wherever he hit you, and everybody in the classroom is laughing their ass off. You do that now, Oh, my God. The parents are in at school. Oh, you've embarrassed our son or daughter and this and that. And the teacher is on WPLG and Help Me Howard is there. And every other investigative reporter is there for the teacher that hit the kid with an eraser. And that used to happen every week in one of my classes. Can't do that now, man. You can't do any of that stuff now. It's a different type of world, man. Ravens Rook Miniatures says, love the show. Thank you for the super chat. Trying to stay reserved on McDaniel, but the more you watch and see him, you can't help but get excited. Feels different this time around. Yeah, he's likable, man. He just looks like a human being. And that's what I was telling you, that the insight that he gave you don't get from coaches often, especially the robot we just had. A Lenny Locksmith. Lenny Locksmith getting another plug in there. Thank you, Lenny. I appreciate you with the super chat. Thank you, sir. Oh, that's right. Lenny Locksmith is in West Palm Beach. So if you need somebody to unlock, your house, your car, your love life, you call Lenny in West Palm Beach. Lenny, do you unlock love lives? It's a question. So that'll get you a lot of work. I'm just saying. Get smacked on the hand with a wood pointer. Oh, dude, in catechism school, St. Michael's, we had a nun, and this bitch, she's probably dead anyways, but this bitch, all right, and this is just a whole different world in the 70s, ladies and gentlemen. So you did something wrong in catechism school, all right, whatever it was. She would grab you, and she would grab her index finger and her thumb. I love that we have video nowadays, because in radio, when I had to explain this story, it was different. So she'd grab your fingers, your other hand. She'd make you do this. Okay? That. Then she'd make you grab your index and your thumb and wrap it around. You'd stand in front of her like this. Then she'd grab her hand and wrap it around the hand you're wrapping around your finger. And she'd grab a ruler, whack, right on top of those fingers. Bah! Dude, that hurt, bro. Okay. I'd rather have, what was his name? Oh, God. Kinlock. And his name, forgetting his name now. He used to run detention. We always used to catch him at U-Totem, which was right next to Kinlock, right across the street from the IHOP. Fat people, we use food places as, what's that called? Landmarks. That's just a thing we do. Anyway, so the U-Totem was right across from the, block away from Kinlock. So after school, we'd go there, get something to drink, whatever, and he'd come in, and he'd buy a 6-pack of Bud. And he'd look at us and go, kids, Bud makes you wiser. So anyway, that's the guy. So he would paddle you. No, his assistant, he would send you down to get paddled. Montoya, that's his name. Montoya in Kinlock. So Montoya had a paddle that was called Toyota. Yep, wood paddle, and it said Toyota on it, and it had holes drilled into it for the aerodynamics. My man did not mess around. So he'd tell you to put your hands on the table, look at the wall, and he'd tell you, you asked for it, you got it, whack, Toyota. That was the deal there. So yeah, those things that could never happen in today's world. What's the thumbs up for? Huh? Oh, okay, for Ira. Okay. All right. Well, we'll talk about Ira. He probably got also paddled in school a long time ago with our Acura Pembroke Pines Miami Heat and NBA report. That's next.
Heat fans, time for the best insight of your favorite team with insider Ira Winderman, exclusively on the Big O Radio Show. It's the Acura of Pembroke Pines Miami Heat and NBA report. Here's Ira Winderman.
Good morning, sir. How are you doing, my man? You doing all right, Ira?
After yesterday, and even when nothing happens, Big O, with the trading deadline, you know how it is. You're monitoring everything. You're waiting for the phone to ring. You're checking in. You're texting other people. And it was really interesting because it's the rare trading deadline when your team, the Heat, did nothing. But basically, his future got reshaped by what happened around it in the Eastern Conference. So it was hectic. And again, the one thing, and I tweeted this out during the day, Big O, I don't understand why the NBA plays games on the day of the trading deadline when so many players are moving and not in place and teams are playing shorthanded. So save a little bit of that for me also. I'm going to have a long day coming up. So I just thought yesterday was really interesting because I think the Heat face a new set of challenges and yet went out last night and showed against the Pelicans that when the Heat are whole, they're pretty much up to any challenge.
Yeah, and that was a game where they kind of paced it where they were really never in doubt, even though there were times where, the Pelicans made a little run. It might have made it a little interesting, but it was like a game that they were in control of the entire time. It was just one of those. And by the way, PJ, what a tough son of a bitch. I mean, there really was no reason for him to play the second half. That's just him, character, and what he's made of, and old school and all that stuff. I kind of felt bad because at the beginning of that second half, you can tell that he had to kind of warm up a little bit because he was a little stiff. You know what I'm saying? But man, what admiration I have for that man yesterday. I mean, it just it grows and grows is what it is,
And yet, Big O, when you looked at that, and that's why I focused my blog at sunsentinel.com, my Winderman's view on that after the game. Some people saw that as a negative. You still have questions because if PJ Tucker doesn't play, we don't know about Markieff Morris. There is not a backup at the position. There was thought they might get Thaddeus Young on the buyout market. He's not there. Probably the best buyout market candidate at power forward is Paul Millsap, who's been a shell of himself this season for Brooklyn. So, maybe we see more of what we saw end of first quarter, Dedmon, Adebayo. Start of the second quarter, Adebayo and Yurtseven. Maybe there's a little more big. But it seems like the Heat still are one piece short. Now they can answer the questions if Markieff Morris comes back and is fully playable. Then they have depth at the position. Yesterday, they didn't have Caleb Martin. He certainly can take minutes at power forward. He has this season. But it is interesting. You get past the trading deadline, so 90% of the possibilities are off the board. But I do think they need one more piece. And there's a reason they traded KZ Okpala for nothing, for a meaningless 2026 second-round pick. They plan to fill these two roster spots. They will add something. Maybe it's someone out there we don't see, but there are two more moves coming, including the move to move Caleb Martin from two-way contract to standard contract.
Yeah, right, exactly. That'll be one of them. So the other one would be that power forward position if they're able to fill. But here's the interesting part that's developed all throughout the year for them, which we didn't know this at the beginning of the year. First of all, we had no idea they would be this deep. But because you've been this deep, you're not in a hurry to bring back Oladipo. When Markieff Morris gets injured, you're not in a hurry to bring him back. When Kyle Lowry has a personal issue, you're not in a hurry to bring him back. Jimmy Butler can miss games at times. Bam has been able to miss games at times. And yet you're still one of the elite teams in the league in the entire time throughout all of this. That's been one hell of a luxury for them, Ira, that, as you're asking about Markieff now, when he does come back, that's the beauty of the Heat. They're not forced to bring anybody back because the record is just fine. And you're not behind the eight ball at all, like, let's say, the Lakers or somebody like that.
And it's interesting because I spoke to Bam Adebayo after last night's game about this. Bam entered the NBA in the 2017 draft. Every single trade deadline there. You didn't put enough sugar in that one? Is that why? I saw the little sour face after the last
no. Oh, yeah. It was lemon. Remember, the lemon in the
interesting. So when you look at Bam Adebayo, drafted 2017, every single trade deadline until yesterday was pretty dramatic. 2018, the Heat bring back Dwayne Wade. 2019, his good friend Tyler Johnson and Wayne Ellington are sent away in luxury tax moves. The year after that, the Heat offload a ton of players. Justice Winslow, Deion Waiters, James Johnson. The locker room changes. Last year, you're talking about a bunch of players being sent out. Kelly Olynyk, Avery Bradley, Chris Silver, Mo Harkless, Myers Leonard. This year, crickets. And what that tells you is the Heat sat in their suite at 601 Biscayne Boulevard and said to themselves, yeah, we got this right. We're in good shape here. Let's go out. Let's let the Nets panic. Let's let the 76ers panic. I'm sure we'll talk about that trade. Let's watch the Bucks go out and get Serge Ibaka or what's left of Serge Ibaka. We're pretty good shape here. We can make hay with what we have. And it was really interesting, the reaction from the players after the game when they said, hey, it's nice to see that the front office can look at us and say, yep, those guys are good enough. And you know what? When you win, whatever it is, 19 of your last 28 games, you have a reason to feel that way.
Yeah, no, it's a lot of fun watching, this team, the way they've been able to play. Is CJ McCollum stuck there, by the way? Because, God, you almost feel bad for anybody that gets traded to that situation. Or is this just a stop on his way to?
He's going to be there. David Griffin is desperate to keep his job. We know about that. And Big O, here's the deal. If you inject Zion Williamson at his best into that mix, and you have Zion Williamson, and you have Brandon Ingram, and you have CJ McCollum, you have not a team fighting for the play-in, but a team with legitimate playoff prospects. The thing is, we don't know a damn thing anymore about Zion Williamson.
Right, that's what, yeah.
More on commercials than we do in games. We don't know about his conditioning. We don't know if he gives a rat's butt of ever playing another game for the New Orleans Pelicans. So they're in a rock and a hard place.
Actually, we do know about his conditioning. It's not very good. It's never been very good. And you know what? We rarely ever get things right in this world.
Right.
He's one of the ones we all got right because most of us were terrified of him, of, being injury prone because of, the way his body is kind of, structured and all that and the explosiveness he plays with. And man, that has been the case, whether it's the weight issue or the injuries, the things that people envision for him, all those concerns, they've all come to life. And there's also the character part of it, that he's not really a hard worker to kind of fight off that he has
that part. I don't know, but here's the parallel I would draw. Blake Griffin came into the NBA with the same concerns, injury prone. Blake Griffin did not play at all his rookie season. Blake Griffin, let's be honest, went on to have a very productive NBA career. We remember what was going on with Chris Paul and the Clippers and his put up numbers over his career. So this is still so early.
But he had a lot of injuries too in his career also, Blake.
Right,
Blake
but he was productive enough that he got to an all-star level. So I think we have to sit back and wait on Zion a little because it's way too early to just say that was a bad pick. I'm not so sure, Big O, if you redraft that year, you don't go ahead and take him number one anyway because of all the players. He still has a chance to be that dramatic player, even though he weighs more than you and I combined.
I took Morant that day. Leading up to that draft, I was a Morant guy from day one, and I'll stay a Morant. I was right then, and I'm going to be right now. I'm staying John Morant every day of the week and twice on Sundays.
But so Zion is so unique for his position, even more than Ja, that I still think there's something there. I just don't think he ever wanted to be in New Orleans. He wanted to be in New York. He was talking about that, and it's just, David Griffin's just throwing anything against the wall. He's basically GMing for his job right now.
Although, isn't what Ja is also turning into something rare?
Oh, right? He's turning into a great explosive guard, which the NBA has seen before.
But he's a distributing explosive guard. That's really hard to find, actually.
No, I'm not saying he's not unique. I'm not saying he's not entering the pantheon of top 15 current or top 10 current players. He is. I'm just saying don't call Zion a bust yet, because I think you have to give it some time. The good thing about the NBA rookie scale is you're kept with one team basically for 5 years. You have right of first refusal. There's still time for New Orleans to make it right if Zion wants to make it right. But enough of the McCollum trade. I'm sure you were on the air. I'm curious about your take on Simmons Harden and what you think that does to the Heat. Then I'll give you mine.
I think it makes the Heat their chances even better now, actually, because I don't think the Nets could actually maximize with Simmons. Now you put the more weight of the world on the other two guys, and one of them is super injury prone as it is. And Simmons is not a guy you really fear to kill you offensively. So, and on the flip side, the Sixers, I like what they were able to do. The only problem is I don't know if I could trust James Harden, in those situations anymore to be the guy to help you put you over the top. They still don't play enough defense. So either one of those clubs that I'm still gonna go the Heat. I think the Heat are clearly the best team in the Eastern Conference before these trades and after these trades.
I'm going to put Milwaukee right up there, and you can see
You're
back
right,
and
you're
forth.
right. I'm sorry.
It's one game. Defending champions, they know how to win. They added Serge Ibaka, basically at the cost of nothing. I like Dante DiVincenzo, but he's been injured ever since that Heat series last year. Yeah. They won a title without him. I have respect for those two. I will change a little bit of your thinking here, though. I think the Nets were a defenseless mess before. First of all, Kevin Durant's one of the most underrated defenders in the NBA. He is a good to great defender when motivated.
Okay.
Ben Simmons is an awesome defender. Now, I don't know Ben Simmons after 10 months away from the game, what kind of defender he is.
Mentally, I don't know about that.
Brooklyn right now is a better defense. Of course, they're a better defensive team when you bring in Ben Simmons and you get rid of James Harden. So you have to look at it that way also, that they did get better defensively. They're interesting. I still don't know about their depth. The thing is, they made a 2-for-1. They got Seth Curry. So with Joe Harris out, they have another shooter. But they have this cockamamie thing with Kyrie Irving only in road games. And unless that changes, it's so disjointed. And that's what drove Harden to distraction. The Sixers, I agree with. They were motoring with what they had. Yes, they didn't get anyone in place of Simmons all season. Embiid is having an MVP level year, probably right now with Nikola Jokic, a front runner for MVP. They would have been a tough out, but it would have been just a singular player. But I think it's interesting. I think what Philly did might have been more of a sideways mood because you don't know what James Harden you're going to get. Yeah. And we've seen his missteps in the playoffs also. He's a ball hog. So what does that do with Joel Embiid? Joel Embiid wasn't all that enthused with Ben Simmons handling the ball as much as he did. So that makes it interesting. There still are teams. And also, let's not forget about the Bulls. They're down a little now because Lonzo Ball is out, because Alex Caruso is out. They were very good when healthy. I don't know if they have enough for the playoffs, but I think continuity in our continuity rankings here on the Acura Pembroke Pines report, I would put the Heat, the Bucks, and the Bulls as my favorites in the East just because they are who we know they are. Can't say that about the Nets. Can't say that about the 76ers.
Yeah, the Bucks are the one team that I think can give the Heat the run in this conference. I think they've.
I think if they get home court, they'd be favored in a playoff series. They're only one game behind right now, so that's going to go down to the wire. The Heat have another game remaining in Milwaukee, and the Heat might have to play to the last day of the season to settle things between them and the Bucks. I agree.
All right, so yesterday. It was a Dolphin day in the sense that Mike McDaniel was introduced and did all of his press conferences. And it's funny because you cover a team that had to go through a transition of the way a franchise looked at the game. And then when the transition went to Spo gave them a different way of looking at the game, and the franchise has had to adjust, including, I'm sure, Pat Riley, who took his time to adjust also because he kind of straddled Spo with Whiteside and his older visions, which don't go with the new visions.
Sure.
And I thought of that because the correlation was Mike McDaniel. And Mike McDaniel goes out there, shows a lot of personality, and then talks about something. He gave us insights that we never got from the cyborg we used to have as a coach here. And he talked about how players have ADD, something that we didn't have to deal with 15 years ago, and how you got to come in and work with energy and make it creative and entertaining the way you teach them to keep them engaged and those kind of things. And you're thinking about, today's kids and today's generations and how different they are from our older generations and all of that. And I saw a lot of correlation with what Mike McDaniel was talking about. And then I looked at it, I said, damn, the Heat went through this same kind of stuff when it was the Riley into the Spo era, and Spo with his new vision of how things need to be done because of what he was seeing that was going on. And I think McDaniel may have a little bit of that understanding of what today's players are, kind of like how the Heat has adjusted and adjusted so well.
Except the difference is, let's say, as the kids say, let's level this up one level.
Of
The
course.
difference is Eric Spoelstra has been working with Pat Riley, an
Of course.
icon, a legend. So what happened was this. Eric Spoelstra took, let's say there were 100 units of knowledge from Pat Riley when he started. And then he chipped away and he said, Pat, I want to replace these 10 precepts with mine. Pat said, okay, grudgingly. And then they won. Then he said, Pat, I want to change these 10 defensive precepts. And Pat said, okay. And they won. So it's been a subtle thing. But the lineage has been from the Grand Master, from Mr. Miyagi, however you want to put it.
Right.
It's a lot different.
The Jedi Master teaching the Padawan.
It's a lot different when you're saying, okay, Chris Greer, you love your roster. You put this together. You took Tua. And I'm going to pause right there. The one thing of this whole process that bothers me is, when Chris Greer sat down with his candidates, I don't even know how many they met with. It just seems like everyone got hired ahead of him. The whole thing was, when you were doing your interview, if you wanted the Miami Heat job, you had to say you love Tua, because that's the way you appease Chris Greer with his pick of Tua over Herbert. So you did that. So you have to sort of play pretend. Now, at some point, Eric Spoelstra with Pat Riley would go, you know what, Pat? You did a fine job putting my roster together, but I need to get rid of this guy and that guy. And Pat Riley said, Eric Spoelstra, you did a fine job winning. You can do that. It's not as easy right now for McDaniel to do that, because he has to pretend that everything Chris Greer did was right, when I think even you would be in the group that would say a lot of what Chris Greer did was awful. And it seems to me what the Dolphins did is they got the young coach who wasn't going to change things, who wasn't going to come in like a Nick Saban, or someone who's saying, you know what? And you've seen this all the time, Big O. After a year or two, the coach goes, I want personnel power. Adam Gase, someone like that, I want more personnel power. So I think it's different, because I think there still is a Dolphins power void. Is Stephen Ross a good NFL owner? So far, he hasn't shown that. Is Chris Greer a good personnel leader? So far, he hasn't shown that. So I think McDaniel is screwed, because he has two hands tied behind his back, has to smile. This, to me, and his press conference was the quintessential this. Everything is fine. Don't worry, folks. Everything is fine.
Kevin Bacon.
Better. But when
Kevin Bacon, Animal House.
Exactly. So everything is fine, except there's only 32 of these jobs. So you say the right things to get one of those jobs. So I would not compare the Heat at all to the Dolphins.
No, I wasn't comparing it. What I was comparing is the coaching changing, where he talked about how today's players and how you reach them is different than I'm sure it was 20, 30, 40 years ago. And I thought it was really interesting that he gave us a little insight on the coaching angle and how things are different now from when he first started in coaching. And that's why I compared it to Spo, because his style is different than Riley. His principles are different than Riley. Even though he learned under Riley, he was smart enough to adjust with the times.
Yeah, but you know what? Certain coaches come off to certain players differently. In other words, Big O, there were players who swore by Brian Flores. There just were. You know what? There were players who swore by Nick Saban. You could talk to Jason Taylor about that. And then, of course, you hear Channing Frye on the other side. Channing Frye. And then you hear Channing Crowder on the other side of that, and what went on there also. So you can't appease all the players all the time. So what's going to be interesting is this. If, for whatever reason, a Chris Greer player doesn't appeal to McDaniel, does he have the ability to go in during camp and tell Chris Greer, I know you took a third-round pick on this guy, but I want to cut his butt. How amenable will the Dolphins be to that? And Big O, if they're not amenable to that, then this guy's screwed.
I think they will be to all of that. I think the idea is just it's really all about Tua. That's kind of what this is all about. It's fixing the offense, and the vision that they have in the front office. Is it the same as the coach? The coach that you had before did not believe in this quarterback. And so that's the difference. See, where I have a problem with all of this is that I can't actually tell the whole damn story. This is the part that eats me alive, when every time I'm talking about this, I can't tell you the whole damn story. And that's
let me give you the rest of that story. So, and again, not to get too tangential.
You can actually, but
how many games, if Tua is off, is enough? In other words, we've seen what a poor start.
This season.
Crippled. So you think a whole season. So you think if the Dolphins get off to 0-3 and 3 poor Tua starts, it doesn't matter. 1-6.
Well, what are we talking about? Poor starts? Are we talking about like he's a disaster? Then I'm sure that
can't throw the deep ball. The offensive line don't get better. They get him better receivers. That's the thing is, I wonder when McDaniel would even be willing to consider pulling the plug. Hope it doesn't happen, but I think that's part of the equation also.
No, I know that. I just think I think he has the vision the same as them of how. I mean, listen. I'm on their side, actually. I agree Tua can be a winner, but you got to run it the right way. You got to do things that we see in other places. You got to give him Dalvin Cook in Minnesota or Derrick Henry or what they have with the Rams or what they have in New Orleans. You got to give him a good team around him that can block and can run, and then he'll be all right. I think he'll be a terrific quarterback after that. But if you give him an offensive line that can't block and a running game that's completely ineffective, he's not that kind of guy.
And yet, look.
He can't be Marino. He's not going to do that.
Look at what happened with the Niners, though. The Niners had an emerging rookie quarterback. That's McDaniel's team. And they just decided that for all of Garoppolo's flaws, he was good enough to get them closer to where they wanted to go, and they stayed in that direction. So you do wonder how much patience there might be because he comes from a team that was looking to play their rookie quarterback and then went away from that because they realized good enough is good enough if you have a great defense. So I think that'll be interesting also.
Yeah, well, Trey's not even close to ready yet, so they have no choice. Now they have to go ahead because they traded 3 first-rounders for that kid. So they have no choice. They have to trade Garoppolo, even though he's the better quarterback right now for him. But they're going to have to do it because they have to find out whether the kid can play or not. They have no choice. They've put themselves in this corner now. They don't really know themselves if Trey Lance can play. And that's going to be interesting to see how that develops. All right, what are you working on the Sun Sentinel so folks can check you out?
I just published a story at sunsentinel.com about how the Heat didn't make any moves for the first time in 4 years, nothing major, because they are confident in their own skin. Also in that story, Eric Spoelstra addressed KZ Okpala, said what he could have been, said, look, more than anything, it was the injuries. He simply never gained his stride. Eric was very candid about that. But in his Spoelstra-like style, he doesn't rip anyone on the way out the door like we've seen some other people in this town do. Then he said, you know what? The kid gets healthy. You never know. But they had to move off of that. Wrote that. Going to post a story later. LeBron James scoops up Jimmy Butler on the All-Star roster. So it's Butler against Spoelstra instead of alongside Spoelstra in the All-Star game. So what does Spo have cooked up for Jimmy? What's Jimmy going to do to F up Spoelstra in the All-Star game? That'll be interesting on the 20th. And then for my Sunday column, I'm going to look back at the trade deadline, sort of winners and losers, see how it shook out. But ahead of us, a really fascinating game with the Nets. Saturday, FTX Arena, 8 o'clock. Kyrie Irving does play. Durant is still out. The Nets enter, 10 or 11 game losing streak right now. It's crazy. The Heat can finish number 1 in the conference and play the Nets in the first round. So Saturday will be an interesting game.
And by the way, kudos to Dallas. They unloaded that Porzingis contract, dude. That was, wow. That was great for them. They freed up some cash down the line. I don't know. Give him Executive of the Year already for that move right there.
Yeah, but the same executive also made the trade that brought him in. So I don't know if you want to exactly credit someone for fixing their own mistake.
That's true. That's a good point. But damn, I didn't think they would be able to unload that contract, man, because that guy's a sack of injuries. Holy crap. All right, follow him on Twitter at Ira Heatbeat and catch his exceptional work at the South Florida Sun Sentinel. And make sure you subscribe, please. Support our local journalists. They deserve it. Ira, thank you as always, my brother. Appreciate you.
We'll catch you on Monday with more of your anti-Latvian sentiment. Thank you, Big O.
You got it. Very good. There you go. That's a terrible contract, that Porzingis contract. All right, great stuff by Ira Winderman.
You've been listening to the Acura of Pembroke Pines Miami Heat and NBA Report with Ira Winderman. When you're looking for award-winning service and great deals from the #1 volume Acura sales dealership in the Southeast United States, you go to Craig's Inn Acura of Pembroke Pines at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
Howdy. Welcome back. We take it till about 1 o'clock, I think, right around there. Around. You never know. We might. Sean's like, yeah, he doesn't really go to 1 o'clock ever. Oh, man. All right. So we got a lot of things to talk about on the program. Good stuff by Ira. Manny Navarro is going to join us now at 11 o'clock. We will have Omar Kelly at 11:30, and then Cameron Wolfe will join us at 12:30. Market, by the way, is it's funny because on the future side and on the stock side, there were some, it was pretty rough yesterday, but Bitcoin has kind of stayed pretty strong overall. Right now, it's just under 44,000, a hair under 44,000. So it's kind of held pretty well right now. It looks like it's finding a floor in the 43, 44, 45 area. And I told you this yesterday. I like it. I wanted to find a floor there for a couple days before it starts to shoot up again, but that's good if it's and the inflation report that came out a couple of days, what was it, last week, at 7.2%, went up to 7.5% yesterday. So that's why the market also ran into some volatility. But the crypto market, which is slightly down right now, but it didn't really suffer the way the stock market did, which normally, when things aren't going well in the stock market and other areas and inflation, it usually, hurts crypto, of course. The interesting part will be once we get a little bit more into the year and maybe, inflation takes over more and the dollar probably starts to get a little weaker because right now it's actually going down. And remember, you're losing 2% on the dollar every year as it is. That's going to be the interesting part because Bitcoin has always been looked at as a hedge against inflation. And it's going to be interesting to see if that hedge starts to grow and it starts to go in the opposite direction of the inflation and it starts to explode. There's a lot of institutional money going in on Bitcoin. And you're watching, Ethereum decouple a little bit, and you're going to see some of these coins are also going to decouple themselves from Bitcoin because they're incredible businesses that will rise on their own. Right now, the market is driven by Bitcoin. That's the thing, because that is the top dog. So that's the one that they follow. But there is a little decoupling going on. It's been developing over the last half a year here, and Ethereum has kind of led the way. Polygon has kind of followed, and obviously Polygon and Ethereum have a lot of ties to each other. Solana has got it going on. Now, Solana's had some setbacks here, but I think Avalanche also is another one that's going to, start to take off on its own. And Cardano, I don't care what anybody tells you, Cardano to me is the sleeping giant that, it's kind of like a volcano. And I look at, to use a terrible analogy, okay, there is a volcano in Yellowstone that is considered one of the biggest volcanoes in the world, if not the biggest in the world. And the eruption, whenever it happens, because eventually it'll happen, it will be devastating to all. I look at it that way with Cardano. Okay, to me, as the smart contracts grow, as everything in their ecosystem is growing now with the DApps and the DEX and the metaverse and everything else that's going on, and eventually when they finish their last additions to it, I think Cardano is going to be one of those that's just going to start going parabolic and it's going to go nuts. You know what I mean? So there are certain companies, VeChain's another one of those monsters that is just sitting in the weeds. It is waiting. And those of us that are smart enough to go back and buy a little bit more and buy a little bit more and buy a little bit more, because when it explodes, you'll never see those prices again because it is an incredible company with an incredible product, and it's just you're going to have, your Apples and your Teslas and your Microsofts and the stocks that you cannot ever lose with. That's going to develop, and some of these coins that I talked about are going to become those stocks. And those are the ones you're going to want to hold on forever and build on those things in your portfolio. But again, the thing that people don't understand about cryptocurrency and what's going on is you're building an entire new financial institution for the world. Not just for America, for the world. It's not about Americans. It's about the world. You're building a new internet now, a secured internet that is going to protect properties like it's never protected it before, for artists, for musicians, for company owners, for podcasters and radio shows, all of that stuff. We're going to be protected a lot more with the blockchain. But you can't build this overnight. This is going to take several years. And so all of this is a process. And so because a lot of people don't understand what's going on and they don't have a lot of knowledge about what's going on, they don't have a realistic vision of it, and they don't really understand what's being built. When an entire new banking system for the world is being developed, it doesn't happen in a week, ladies and gentlemen. And because you have all these blockchains, you're going to have inoperability because they're not all connected yet. And these are the things that are happening now. All these blockchains are building bridges, and then they're connecting to each other. So then the businesses can then connect. And so then transactions can all happen, and contracts can all happen, and partnerships can all happen. But none of this technology, it just does not come up in a month. This isn't like building a Burger King or a McDonald's or an Arby's that you become a franchise owner and they already have everything structured in place. And they can build it within a certain amount of months because they've done thousands of them all across the country. So there's already a routine for it. There's no routine here. This is all brand new. This is all new, and then mistakes come with it, and you have to overcome them, and you have to learn from them, and then you have to build on it. And that's what people don't understand. The amount of technology that's being put together right now is enormous. It's mind-boggling to think about layer 1s and layer 2s and blockchains and parachains and bridges and smart contracts and NFTs and please. It's ridiculous. But that's why I tell people that if you're going to get into crypto, you must have patience to see it through. If you have the patience, then you will profit in the end. But if you don't have patience, you will lose a lot of money. So you have no patience, don't get into it. That's your OK Coin Crypto Corner. All right, hour number 2 is next. Manny Navarro joins us. Let's talk a little Canes football. We do that with our number 1 insider next.
When you're ready to purchase a new home loan or refinance the one you have, American Dream Lending will make sure your loan experience is easy with fast approvals and quick closings. With many loan programs and competitive rates, now is the time to turn your dreams into reality. Ask about special financing for veterans. They never charge an application fee, and you will work directly with one of their experienced loan professionals. Stop dreaming and contact American Dream Lending today. 786-802-1727 or online at adreamlending.com. When protecting your family is your priority, there's nothing more important than a roof above the people you love. Call Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com, 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411 and ask to speak to Tommy, the owner. They specialize in all kinds of roofs, led by their highly crafted, skilled, and professional roof mechanics. All of their previous customers have an opportunity to enter their bi-weekly drawings to receive free an exterior impact metal door. Please call for more details. That's Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com, 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411. Trust Tommy to fortify and protect what's most important to you, your family. The Big O Radio Show is looking for an experienced salesperson in the radio or TV business. The candidate must have at least 5 years of sales experience in the broadcast business over the last 10 years. Please email your phone number and resume to bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. That's bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. Looking for an aggressive person who can help our platform expand into many avenues in our business. Reach out if you are the person that's able to make the difference.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your Inter Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or intermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where Inter Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
The viewpoint, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. Time for Canes fans to get what they want. Information, insight, and perspective. It's the Caneswear Miami Hurricanes Report with Manny Navarro, exclusively on the Big O Radio Show. Here's Big O and insider Manny Navarro.
Alrighty, before I get to Manny there, a couple things, because I know there's a lot of people on the chat board that'll disappear. Brooklyn Rob, yes, banks on being a part of the blockchain. If they're not, they're going to disappear. You will see bank branches all over the United States disappear over the next 5 years. Decentralized banking and crypto is going to abolish our terrible banking system and the way they rip us off. And then the other person that was asking about can you shed some light on when Alexander's wife tweeted, claims Boyer was doing such a bad job, I had to take over second half. If it's true, does anyone know? Nobody knows if any of those comments are true. Also, reminder, the first half of the season, the Dolphins played a lot of really good teams, and they played bad, including X. Second half of the season, they played a lot of bad teams, and they won a lot of games against bad teams, and X looked really good against the bad teams. So look at it however you want. All right? Doesn't really matter. All right. Let's get to it. Manny, how you doing, my brother? You feeling good?
Yes, brother. How are you?
I am doing excellent. Can't complain. We're out here at Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. I guess we're pumped up. You know, the good thing about all of this is that the excitement for the Canes is back, right? Because that's the one thing that I'm feeling from everybody, dude, from fans, from other media members, from people that I see on the street, sponsors, all kinds of people. Everybody is pumped up about Mario.
They are. Well, it's amazing what money can do, right? You start investing in the football program, and all of a sudden you start getting these big name coaches. You get kids wanting to come here. Again, you get this level of excitement that really hasn't been around the program since I've been back on the beat. When I came back to the beat right before the 2017-2018 season. So I can tell you that certainly a lot of fans have been reaching out to me. They want more stories, they want more content, they want more interviews, they want all kinds of stuff, you know, in terms of reading and listening material. So it's a good time to be covering the Hurricanes for sure.
All right, what's the latest on the coaching side? What's left to hire and to clean up here? Because I know they're going to hire about 8,000 coaches on that staff.
Well, technically, there's still 3 positions that haven't been formally decided on. Everybody's rumored that maybe Stephen Field would be back as tight ends coach. They said, well, maybe they'll keep DeMarcus Van Dyke as the cornerbacks coach. Those guys are still employed at Miami. They haven't moved on to other schools. We still don't know what's going to happen with those 2 spots. I do know that Miami probably is going to end up adding a second defensive line coach, maybe somebody specifically to coach ends. And I know that they're looking for a special teams type guy. there's a lot of names that have been sort of floated out there on the message boards and so forth. I know from my conversations with Bruce Feldman, I mean, all of the coaches that they're having conversations with are guys that have had success or at big time programs. So I think eventually there's a situation where, both of those former Kansas assistants could remain on staff, but in other capacities, Stephen Field and DeMarcus Van Dyke. But, I've been saying this for months. I'm not worried about who Mario's going to hire. I know it's going to be a good coach.
No, I know and listen, he's been deliberate. He's been patient. It seems like he has a plan somehow or another. And the key was the way you opened things up in this segment. It's nice to have money. So he knows that he has the kind of salary that he can offer somebody that can be competitive or even better than in most places. Plus, he lives in a no-tax state, which also becomes another bonus for some of these coaches. And hell, coaching in Coral Gables is pretty sweet too, man.
Yeah, and we got a chance yesterday to talk to the two new coordinators, Kevin Steele and Josh Gaddis. Both of them were made available to us via Zoom. And, I know there's those reports out there regarding Brian Harsin and what's going to happen at Auburn. Is he going to definitely come back? Are they going to fire him? And there's this fear that Kevin Steele, which I mentioned to you a few days ago, might have even been at the end of last week, that's always a possibility that Steele could be asked to come back to Auburn. He had a lot of support over there. I would say this. I think both of those guys are excited to be here, genuinely. I think both of those coordinators that Mario hired look at this as obviously an opportunity to win. Kevin Steele wouldn't have come here if he didn't feel like, Mario had things going in the right direction. And you could tell in the enthusiasm in his voice that he knows he's going to have a good staff to work with on the defensive side of the ball. He's been a great coach for many, many years. And then Gaddis, to me, it's surprising that he's not a head coach already, to be honest. When you hear him talk and you see the success that he had at Michigan and, the pedigree of being at Alabama, working with Saban, to me, both of those guys are A1 hires. And it was good just to get a chance to talk to them yesterday. I'd encourage whoever didn't see those interviews, you can see them online or you can read my story at The Athletic. But I basically hit all the highlights of what they talked about. Well,
how Ponce and how's he going to work under Gaddis?
Well, he'll be the quarterback's coach and the quote unquote passing game coordinator. Gaddis, of course, is the guy who coaches receivers. He's worked with so many good ones. I thought the Ponce hire was stellar. Frank and I had lunch a few weeks ago when he was here in Miami recruiting. I've known him for years since I covered high schools back in the day, and we caught up while he was, out on the recruiting trail here for a week in South Florida, just hitting a bunch of different schools. And I can tell you that at the time that we spoke, he had no conversations with Mario and basically expressed to me, listen, man, if Mario calls me, I'll be so excited to come back. Not that he didn't enjoy his time at Appalachian State, but the honest to God truth was, people don't realize that when the U is right, when it's being run the right way and they're investing into it, a lot of people want to be here. They know that it's a legit operation. So, I think he's definitely excited to be back here and to be working with Josh Gaddis. I know it's a step back. Technically, he was a play caller for the first time in his life last year at App State, but I think, he recruited Tyler Van Dyke when he was at Louisville. He was trying to get him to come to Louisville. They have a relationship. He's excited about the quarterback room. And I think working with Mario for all those years at FIU, he knows that he's in a good standing potentially to replace a guy like Josh Gaddis once Gaddis gets a head coaching job.
Right, and that's why I asked, because I like the way Mario's kind of designing things, because he's designing things with the thought of, okay, well, if I lose this guy, I have enough respect for this guy that he could step in to take that job next.
Absolutely,
and those are the great coaches, man, the ones that really get it, because that's what we've been talking about with the Dolphins. It's for what happened with Flo and happened with other coaches. It's not just building one staff. You're going to have to build many staffs, because you're going to either fire guys or you're going to lose guys because they're going to get promoted to go somewhere else. And that's college and the pros. And if you're not ready for that, you're toast, dude. You're done.
Listen, Manny Diaz tried to do that same sort of system, honestly, last year, right? When he had his receivers coach and his offensive line coach, who had been coordinators and head coaches before. So he had a system in place, just didn't have the success to kind of have a line of succession once Rhett Lashley left. So I think, that's the trend in college football. People are building staffs with the notion that if I lose somebody, I don't want, to have to completely sort of restart from ground one. I want somebody who can pick up and run that same exact offense, that same exact defense that we have in place. And so I think without question, Mario is his entire thought process is, how do we keep this thing going, not for 1 year or 2 years, but how do we keep this thing going for a long time? And, look, he signed a 10-year contract. I think a lot of people in the beginning were thinking, well, maybe he'd be the kind of guy who would go replace Nick Saban. If Miami's going to spend money like this, the Hurricanes could potentially finally have their coaching lifer in Mario Cristobal.
No, they have I don't think potential. I think they have the guy. Dude, he's Miami. He's UM.
If
right. You're spending money, then he has no reason to want to ever leave. And if you're spending money at Miami, then you can be Alabama, and you can be Clemson, and you can be Ohio State, and you can be Texas, and you can be all those programs if you're spending money, because your backyard is usually better than most backyards when it comes to just natural talent that is growing in your backyard. The only thing this program's ever needed was the backing from the administration. They've always overcome the lack of backing from the administration. The problem is big time football caught up to them, and that's it. It ran them right out of the stadiums. And now finally they're playing the big boy game, dude.
Well, what I would say to that is you still need to win the games, and you still need to be in the big games. And that's something that at Texas A&M and Texas, think about it. Think about how long it's been. They have the oil salesman right out there. They have all the money. They had their own the Longhorn Network. They had everything in place, and they still didn't win. So I think really what it comes down to is the leader, right? Do you have the right kind of coach? And that's what the problem was at those places. Texas A&M has that guy now in Jimbo Fisher, in my mind. They're going to be legitimate, perennial contender. They have the recruiting classes now. They're spending the money on the recruits, right? They're spending millions now with NIL. So to me, I could see Texas A&M and Miami. I know that's the third game of the season this year. If Miami becomes old Miami and they're playing for championship, we could see a lot of Miami, Texas A&M, along with the usual suspects, the Alabamas, the Ohio States. But I think those two programs, and then we'll see what happens at USC. With what they're building out there, they have one of the best offensive coaches in college football, and he's a magnet for players. Oklahoma always got players. So to me, those three programs right now are when I look at the national landscape and I say, man, we're tired of seeing Alabama, we're tired of seeing Georgia, we're tired of seeing Ohio State and Clemson. Those are the three programs to me that are on the rise that could potentially be the next to be, in the playoff year in, year out type of deal.
All right, but and listen, one of the things that I like to do on this show, and I've done it, I think, for 30 years on my show, is I usually have a tendency of seeing ahead of most people. And let me give you something that could end up happening in the next couple of years. And our boy Ruiz will come into the mix. The University of Miami, they're loving it now. They're loving the PR they're getting. They're spending all this money. And if they do get the wins, they'll also get more money back. There's no doubt about it. But greed is greed, bro. At every level, Gordon Geckos come out of everywhere. And at one point or another, the people in Coral Gables are going to go, wait a minute. We're giving way too much money to Stephen Ross. We're filling up the stadium. We're selling out the parking lot. We're doing all that. And we're getting a very small percentage of what's happening in this stadium. We must get our own stadium. We must control all revenue. If we're going to pay all this money for a program and a coaching staff, then we must have all the revenue from a stadium. So that may not be the case right now in a year or two, but in 2 or 3 years of having to spend for a crap ton of coaches and all kinds of stuff and improvements and everything, this is eventually going to happen, Manny.
Yeah.
Right?
Right. Well, I think it all comes down to where do you build it, right? And where's the land and what can you acquire?
Only Tropical Park, bro.
And that's something, listen, these people that are coming along saying, oh, Tropical Park, that's big. How long have we all discussed that? Oh, I mean, this has been decades. This has been decades. And
I'm saying in that area,
right,
of where we're at, we all know Miami well enough. That's the only piece of property that's available for a legitimate stadium is Tropical Park. If not, you're going way away from the university. You know, at least Tropical Park is, what is it, a 7-minute drive from the campus? It's not a bad drive.
No, and it's right there, you know, off the Palmetto Expressway, and there's ways to get there that it's not difficult. Granted, it'll be a traffic hell, but I mean, listen, there's no other place. But look, man, I mean, that I think we're still years away. The lease for Hard Rock for Miami runs through 2032. There's still a decade left. So realistically, when do those kind of deals? When do you know? That's at least 5 to 7 years away right now, and that's with them getting on it right now, type of deal, like getting the land, acquiring the land to do it, right? Getting the county to give that land, all the kind of approvals, the construction. I mean, that's 2032 might be when that happens, is when it'll be finalized.
No, but what I'm saying is it's all well and good now.
Right.
I'm just saying a few years in of the University of Miami spending Texas, Alabama, LSU type money. I'm just saying they're you know, and if that stadium starts getting packed, they're going to go, F it, dude. Stephen Ross is taking a lot of our money.
Right.
Because we have no stadium. And I know that's the monster that's going to come next because it's just business, dude. So it is. Hockey did the same thing. Basketball wanted their own arena. The Marlins wanted their own arena, their own stadium. And I completely understand that, you know, Inter Miami, when you're able to control the entire stadium and all the revenue in it, you have a better chance of having a more sustainable product and a more profitable product. And the University of Miami, if they're going to commit to big boy football, you know they're going to get the results now. You know we're a bandwagon. We're going to load the place up. We're going to go crazy. That's going to make a lot of money for Stephen Ross.
You're right. It is going to make a lot of money for Stephen Ross. But I will say this, though. Knowing Miami's history, I know they're spending the money now, but man, they better win because you know how the fans are here. Even when they were winning, when they were winning, they weren't showing up, man. Think about how many times there was a Miami Temple or Miami Rutgers game when they were in the Big East and the Orange Bowl. And we're like, there's 25,000 people here, maybe 20,000, you know, on a Saturday. It's like, and you got Dorsey at quarterback and Santana Moss and all these great players, and there's nobody there to watch it. So this is going to require the fans really buying in and showing up every single week like they do for the Dolphins, because you know what? The Dolphins have kept drawing throughout all these years, right? I mean, how often have we seen that stadium empty? Never. The Hurricanes is a different deal because they are a national brand. I think a lot of their fans are spread out all over the country. Whereas with the Dolphins, most of them are concentrated here. So there's going to have to be some really good marketing, besides the fact that you hired Mario Cristobal and have spent all this money on the coaching staff and have gotten better players. Miami's going to have to figure out a way to get fans in the seats consistently because it's embarrassing.
The out-of-conference schedule, unfortunately, you have to sacrifice. You're going to have to play. You're going to have to find some really good.
Well, that's what the ACC is. That's what that Pac-12, the Big Ten, you know, sort of deal is all about. That's why they did that, so that you get rid of some of those non-conference games and you can sell them, so the ACC can make some more TV money and you can sell those
the aforementioned App State. That's not going to sell.
Right, that's not going to sell. That's not.
By the way, that is a beautiful part of the country, Boone and Asheville, that area. I love that area. That's a great area.
It is, but Frank Ponce lived there for a while. He was there before Louisville and after Louisville, and as much as he loved it, man, he's really happy to be home. You missed that Cuban cooking, man, being out there.
I get it. I'm just looking at. I'm looking at my age and where I'm at. I might end up in that Asheville Boone area in a few years. You know, you never know.
You never know. Yeah.
You never know. You might end up in a different part of the country later on in the world. All right. What are you working on in the athletics so folks can check you out, my friend?
Well, I spent all week working with Grace Rayner, our Clemson writer, and Andy Bitter, our Virginia Tech writer, and we put out our winners and losers of the transfer portal. I think that kind of stuff, you know, I tell Miami fans all the time, I'm like, you guys live in a bubble down here. You don't really pay attention And the ACC conference, I know it's not great, but every year you're like, man, we can't beat Virginia. We can't beat Pittsburgh. Well, you want to read up and see what they did this offseason, who they got in the transfer portal, who they lost, kind of get a little bit of a better gauge of what those teams have. Check out that article at The Athletic. We put a lot of man hours and woman hours into putting that article out this week, just researching and keeping track of who left the program, who came in, and sort of giving a little perspective. I think, based on what I did with my roster breakdowns, I ended up working on 6 of the teams, though. I really think Pittsburgh is still going to be a good team next year. If that Slovis kid comes back and plays well, they had so many 5th and 6th year guys. And yes, they lost a few of them, but they still have such an experienced team. Pittsburgh will still be a tough game at the end of the season for Miami. I think Clemson.
The next quarterback is really good too.
Slovis came from USC. He was a 3-year starter. Remember the freshman, the Pac-12 freshman of the year. Yeah. He's the quarterback now, and they picked up a kid out of Akron, a freshman who had 63 catches, almost 1,000 yards last year receiving. So they have him opposite the Biletnikoff Award winner. And the job that they do defensively every year. So to me, Pitt is still going to be a very good team.
I just don't remember the Slovis kid in USC of how good he was. That's the problem.
3
I
years.
I saw a lot of it.
No, they were on the West Coast, and they were bad. They didn't win a whole lot of games. But
that's probably why I didn't watch a lot of USC, because normally they're bad. I'm like, I'm not even turning to it. So I didn't watch much. Is he good?
He is good. Now I will say, his 2021 season wasn't as good as his first 2 years at USC, but I think it's 56 touchdowns, 23 interceptions, and he has 26 starts. I mean, the kid's played a lot.
Right.
And you lose a guy like Pickett, you think, well, what made Pickett good? Well, Pickett was a 5th-year guy. He knew how to pick apart defense. He's just a smart, older, experienced player. That's what's going to win.
Bro. I like Pickett. I don't know if small hands or not it's going to make it, but I like the kid, bro. I think he's a player, man.
Yeah,
I would take a chance on him in the NFL to try to develop him. I would, at least.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think he's and the arm strength that he has, getting the ball where it needs to get to, and some of the throws that he made. You go back and you watch his film. To me, he's without question.
I love him.
A potential top 15 quarterback, but maybe even top 10 quarterback, because he's a little agile. He can run. He's got some.
It's a quarterback desperate league, bro. They all go higher than they should. You know what I mean? Even if I like him, but he'll go even higher than he should because there's no quarterbacks, dude.
And well, I meant long term. What could he be? I think he could be a top 15, top 10 quarterback in the league with the kind of skills that he has. I think his skill set, that's what he can do with the ball. I think he's that kind of player. So, but the ACC, I mean, there's some good quarterbacks in this league, man. Virginia took a big step back. They lost a ton of kids to the portal with the coaching change. But so, I mean, if you're a fan of Miami and you want to start looking ahead on the schedule, check out the article, because that'll give you a really good summation of what to expect with everybody else, the opponents for Miami on the schedule this year.
Follow him on Twitter at Manny_Navarro. And, of course, you got to subscribe to The Athletic. Manny, as always, you're a stud, my brother. Thank you for taking some time. Have a fantastic weekend.
You too, brother. Enjoy the Super Bowl.
Bengals or Rams?
I'm going with the Rams at home. I think they pull it out. I want Joe Burrow to win badly, but I just think everything's set up for the Rams. So
me too. I think Aaron Donald's gonna win the MVP. I think he's gonna just terrorize everything. So I'm going Rams too. 27-19. All right, my brother. You be good.
Take care, brother.
You got it. There you go. The great Manny Navarro, baby. All right. That is our Caneswear Miami Hurricanes report.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
The Big O Radio Show is looking for an experienced salesperson in the radio or TV business. The candidate must have at least 5 years of sales experience in the broadcast business over the last 10 years. Please email your phone number and resume to BigORadioShow@yahoo.com. That's BigORadioShow@yahoo.com. Looking for an aggressive person who can help our platform expand into many avenues in our business. Reach out if you are the person that's able to make a difference. South Florida's premier law enforcement agency is now hiring individuals like you. The Fort Lauderdale Police Department is now accepting applications for non-certified and certified police officer positions. Minimum requirements and qualifications can be found at flpdjobs.com. That's flpdjobs.com. Are you ready? The city of Fort Lauderdale is an equal opportunity employer. The viewpoints, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website.
The Big O Radio Show is brought to you by EJDConstruction.com, where you can trust their team of construction experts. American Dream Lending. Go to adreamlending.com. Stop dreaming and start living your best life. Perdermo Cigars. Experience the Perdermo way. Go to PerdermoCigars.com.
The Big O Radio Show is home for the hardcore Dolphins fan. That's why we give you Omar Kelly twice a week. Buckle up. It's time for the EJDConstruction.com Miami Dolphins Report, exclusively on the Big O Radio Show.
All right, there he is, the man, the myth, the legend that is Omar Kelly. Oh, how you feeling, my man, on a beautiful Friday?
I am good. Hopefully it's a good weekend. It's a good Super Bowl game, and hopefully nobody catches COVID, and we can all get together and enjoy ourselves in the company of our family and friends, and not come out with an illness.
Well, hopefully they all got COVID already. That's why their immune systems are...
See, but you act like we can't catch COVID again.
Yeah, you can.
You know you can.
You can catch cold again, too.
Correct. I mean,
Just be vaccinated and boosted so you have a better chance of surviving it. That's all.
If you caught it, why get the vaccine recently?
Oh, no. You don't know. You don't need to get it right away because you've got the antibodies. But what I'm saying is, if you don't have it, then you should get vaccine, because that way, obviously, it's already been proven. No matter what any of you want to try to convince yourselves of not, it's proven medically that you will survive it better if you're vaccine and boosted. That's all.
Yeah, I want to know. I want to get the antibodies test because I believe I had it recently. I didn't test positive. My daughter didn't test positive. My wife didn't test positive. But if that wasn't COVID, Jesus Christ, I don't know what that was that just went through my family. And we're
all gonna get it, bro. We're all getting it.
We are.
One way or another.
Or have it.
We're all gonna get it one way or another. Bro.
It's gonna be herd immunity. It is.
Yeah, and it just we have no choice. You know what I mean? But it's just vaccine and boost yourself, so that way the Russian roulette is a little easier. You know, that's all. If you're not vaccine and boosted, then the Russian roulette is, instead of one bullet in the chamber, there's probably 3 in the chamber.
Yeah, man.
You know, your odds are not as good.
And this should be a great warning sign for people who have pre-existing conditions.
Oh, no, for sure. No, that for sure.
Like, if you want your time here, you better stay on top of it.
Yeah, I have 5 stents in my heart, so I'm not messing around. I'm getting vaccine and boosted. I'm going to take care of it for sure. Damn straight. All right, so your thoughts. I saw some stuff where you said McDaniel and Gase, same guy.
Kind of same kind of blueprint. One's just on the West Coast offense. One's on Shanahan tree, another's on who's Gase on whose tree? Is Gase on Saban's tree? I guess
he's on a stank tree. I have no idea what kind of tree is Gase on.
Bro, okay, both hired to fix the offense. Both hired. That's why they were hired. Both of them. Fix the offense, fix the quarterback.
Okay.
That's really the comparison that I'm making.
Okay, but not the personalities of the way they're completely different.
No.
Yes.
I mean, come on. You didn't have to interact with Gase, so you don't really know.
I don't have to interact with Gase or with McDaniel. I'm talking about what I see in public.
Okay, what you see in public is completely different than what you got in on background or in behind the scenes. Gase
Whatever Flores was behind the scenes, whatever Wanstead was behind the scenes, or whatever, what I'm seeing as in front, this is who you are. And it's not a facade. This is who you are.
No, not really. I don't think so. I disagree with you. But hey,
Flores wasn't a boring hard ass, and Gase wasn't a quirky, weird dude, and McDaniel doesn't look like a personable guy that's just like a smart guy. That's it. They all look the same. They all look what they are.
Gase wasn't quirky and weird. Outside of his introductory press conferences, and I will tell you that Jets press conference had way more to do with his with him not having a hat on and his insecurity about his balding than it had anything to do with anything.
They weren't looking at his balding, bro.
No,
we've seen balding before. Balding doesn't do anything to us in this world, Omar.
No.
It was all about the eyes and the tacos flying around. It was eyes and tacos. Okay.
I don't know what he was looking at or what the random eye movement. I mean, maybe he was looking at the people in the crowd. I don't know, because it's a great viral moment. We never really got to the bottom of it. Everybody knows Gase is not weird. Like everybody who covers, there's nobody who covers him who will tell you he's weird. He's not.
He started social distancing before social distancing was the thing.
I'm not gonna sit here and talk about.
How can you not say he's weird when he's standing all by himself all the time on the sidelines?
Hey, he had
on the bench, like nobody interacts with the guy.
He had to fix what he had going on offensively, as we see. He could not fix it. But what people forget
Omar, he's coaching a bunch of high schoolers now, right?
I don't care.
To an under 500 record.
And he might be running the New England Patriots offense. I don't care.
No, he's not. They hired somebody else. No,
who'd they hire?
I forgot look it up who they hired.
I don't worry about Gase.
I'm trying to remember who they hired.
I don't worry about Gase. Gase is catching a check. Gase will always be a millionaire. He's got generational wealth. He's had 2 jobs. He's collected 2 buyouts.
3 jobs with Denver. 3 with Denver. Denver.
No, I'm talking about 2.
You're talking about head coaching.
Yeah, like people. Here's the thing. Count out how many people get 3 shots as a head coach in the NFL. Short list. Lovie Smith is one of the few, and we all know he really didn't. He got the job under circumstances, but I don't worry about Gase. I don't care. But people forget that Gase coached 25 of his games and has is basically an identical record as Brian Flores. 25 games with his backup quarterback in Miami, not even counting his games with the Jets. And to me, here's why I said the comparison. They're both hired to do one single job. Fix the offense, fix the quarterback. So we're back to that again. We're, next.
It does need fixing.
Oh, absolutely. No question. The next one is going to be, he's going to be a defensive guy and a leader of men. We have to have more integrity and accountability in this program. It's dysfunctional. So, we'll bro, this, as I keep saying.
I didn't hear him talk about any dysfunction or accountability or anything
Who? McDaniel?
Yeah, I didn't hear
I said the next coach is going to be that guy.
Oh, so you've got him fired already?
They're all getting fired. Come on. But,
no, I mean, eventually everybody gets fired.
Everybody gets fired. Yeah, we used to be on a 4-year cycle. We're on a 3-year cycle. I give him the benefit of the doubt. I like what I saw from the press conference. I love the crying. But will it work out? Who knows?
I did like. I thought for you guys, it's gold because you actually have a real human being, and like the stories he gave you guys, and Travis, I thought Wingfield did a really good job in his interview with him, and that story he told about the zone scheme that they had no idea how to coach it up because the owner was in love with RG3, so he forces it down their throats. And now they all have to adjust to something and run.
Who told that story? Did you tell that story to Travis? Because I haven't seen Travis's interview.
Yeah. You should check out Travis's interview. Now I'm adding the other part of it. Okay.
Oh no. Okay. You're adding your part. Okay. No.
Don't
add your part. Just add what he says, because now you're confusing me. Now I'm got it. Now
but I'm telling you that it was a great story that he added. That he said, when we drafted RG3, none of us had run a zone scheme, so we all had to learn this from scratch. And RG3, by the way, had a Rookie of the Year. He was awesome that year, and they had never run it.
And they also drafted a quarterback that same year, and that quarterback turned out to have a better career than RG3. See what competition does?
But what I'm saying is that the owner wanted RG3, and he shoved it down the throat of the coach.
That's what you're saying. I don't care what you're saying. I care what he's saying. Did he say that?
No, he doesn't have to say that. I'm telling you I'm telling you the rest of the story, which is
I don't want your version of the story. I want his version of the story.
No, but his version of the story is that
they had to learn yes, he told that
which tells you, Omar, they would have never drafted RG3, dude.
Dude, he was a rookie year. They spent 3, and he was going to be the number 2 pick. They traded up for him, so they were going to draft him. They traded up for him.
No. Daniel Snyder drafted him. Daniel Snyder traded up.
They traded up for him like over a month before the draft.
Omar, you do know that Daniel Snyder's the one that drove that whole bus.
Okay.
You know that, right?
And
you do know that Shanahan did not want him at all. That's why he
I would need to see Shanahan say that. I would need to see Mike McDaniel say that.
Why would they say that, Omar?
I don't give it. I don't give it. I don't care.
You think they're stupid enough as Flo to go throw other people in the league under the bus?
Wow. Yeah. Listen.
I want you to know that, because don't say wow, because
everybody when things don't work out.
Belichick gave him everything, and the old man made a mistake. And you know how he repaid the old man for his loyalty? By shoving it right up his ass and putting the tweet right up there for everybody out there.
Listen,
or the text. That's bullshit.
Flo don't owe Belichick. Flo don't owe Belichick nothing. He gave him 20 years.
That's garbage, bro. That's garbage. You don't do that to your friend like that, bro. You don't do that. You try to go after the league and do whatever you want, but you don't bury Belichick.
Whatever. I don't agree. I don't agree with you when you know that these owners, these coaches, these agents, when you know that they do backdoor deals and backdoor hirings and sham interviews. If you can shine a light on the dirtiness and tampering and tanking.
I'm just doing that right now, and you're denying it. And
okay, no.
Mike McDaniel told you. Mike McDaniel goes, "We never run a zone."
No, this is your theory. This is your theory.
It's not my theory. It's what I know.
I want to hear somebody.
I know. You don't know the story. You don't know the story.
Always has this revisionist history when things don't go right, or the draft pick doesn't.
But you don't know the story. You don't know the story that Shanahan didn't want RG3. You don't know the story that Jimmy Johnson didn't want Troy Aikman. You don't know those stories.
Jimmy Johnson didn't want Troy Aikman. No, yeah. I don't know that story.
That's why he drafted Steve Walsh in the supplemental draft that same year, just like Shanahan took Cousins in the 4th round, because
great decision.
He was battling Gil Brandt in the draft room, and Gil Brandt was like screaming, "You got to take Troy Aikman."
Hold on, Gil Brandt was with the Washington then?
No, Jimmy Johnson, dude.
Oh, you're talking about Jimmy Johnson. Okay.
Yes, he was with Jimmy Johnson, and that was part of the takeover. Gil was with Tex Schramm and the coach Landry, and so he was part of the transition. But he was in the personnel department, obviously a well-known personnel, man.
Yeah.
He's a legend, and so he was fighting for Troy Aikman. And Jimmy, in the whole recruiting and in college and all that, and Troy broke his leg in Oklahoma and then went to UCLA and all that, and he wasn't a Troy fan. But half his personnel department wanted Troy Aikman. So he deferred to Gil Brandt and the personnel department, and they drafted Troy Aikman. And he still didn't believe in him, so he drafted Steve Walsh in the supplemental draft.
Competition never killed anybody.
once he saw Troy Aikman play well, he then traded Steve Walsh to Chicago. Omar, you can justify stupidity all you want, my brother, but that's what stupidity on
competition never killed anybody. The whole point. That's one of the.
If you ever thought Steve Walsh would be competition for any NFL quarterback, Omar, you're out of your mind.
I was too young.
Okay, you're out of your mind.
I was 8 back then.
I want you to know that. Okay,
I was 8 back
Steve
then.
Walsh
So
is
I don't know. I didn't. I love Steve Walsh in college.
That's my favorite quarterback.
Yeah, I loved him too.
Time.
But
he's not an NFL quarterback.
I still can't tell you whether he was good or bad.
He's Ken Dorsey. He was never an NFL quarterback.
All right,
neither one of those guys. Hall of Fame college quarterbacks.
Should have went the coaching route.
They were never going to be NFL quarterbacks.
Should have went the coaching route. He probably would be on his second coaching job by now. Head coaching job.
Same thing happened in Washington, doggy.
Listen. When I've heard all those legends and rumors and
no, that's not a rumor. That's a fact.
Okay,
a fact.
But everybody has these romanticized. Oh, Brian Flores wanted Justin Herbert. If Brian Flores wanted Justin Herbert would be the quarterback.
Brian Flores didn't want Justin Herbert. I know.
Okay, thank you. So, but the story. I've done this for 14 years and longer in college. The story always changes when they know the result. Always. And I have no desire to play these romanticized stories about what should have been, what we wanted to do, who we wanted to draft, what blah, blah, blah. What I go by is what they say when they do it. And the Washington Redskins at the time, they beat the Dolphins in a bidding war to get to the number 2 spot. I was there when Jeff Ireland was bidding on it at UM's Pro Day, and Miami lost, trading with, I believe it was Cleveland, and Washington ended up with RG3. Jeff Ireland had to settle and take Ryan Tannehill. And if he really was smart and was convicted, he would have stuck to his guns and revisionist history drafted Russell Wilson, whom he loved. He just knew he couldn't draft him in the early rounds.
Yeah, no, I listen, that year, most everybody told me everybody loved Russell Wilson.
Yeah.
But they all loved him as a backup.
Yeah.
Every one of them. Only guy was Tony Softly. He was working for Carolina then. And he's been a friend of mine for 20 years.
I know. Yes, I know the name. I don't know where he's working now, but yeah.
Well, no, he's retired now. He was running the NFLPA game for a couple of years. Now he's retired in Seattle. He's doing radio and stuff. He's a really, really good dude. But he was a college personnel. He's the guy, by the way, that drafted the short, tough ass receiver for the Carolina Panthers.
Baldwin? Doug Baldwin?
5th round, Utah. Damn it, bro. Come on, we all know him. Help me out. Carolina's greatest receiver ever.
Steve Smith?
Steve Smith. He's the guy that drafted Steve Smith in Carolina. Wow. He's the guy that was like fighting in the draft room. He wanted him in the 3rd round. And they had to then take him in the 5th round because he kept, like, I want him. And they finally, I believe it was the 5th round where he was picked.
Let's get to a real discussion I want to have.
Anyway, so he was the only guy that told me I would draft Russell Wilson. He's not better. There aren't 32. That's the line he told me. There aren't 32 better in this league. You can win games with Russell Wilson. He didn't tell me, you're going to win a Super Bowl. But he told me you can win games and there aren't 32 better. He's a starter in this league. He's the only guy that I talked to that offseason that said Russell Wilson was a starter.
I believe you. Let's talk about what I want to talk about. How does that get robbed? How? This was his year.
How does what get robbed?
Zach.
Oh, yeah. I don't know, bro.
That Hall of Fame class was.
And I like Sam Mills, but I'd put Zach Thomas in front of Sam Mills.
Come on, Sam Mills?
No, Sam Mills was really good. Like, really good.
Was he better than Zach Thomas?
No, but he played with 2 other linebackers that were freaking nasty. Jackson and Swilling were with him on that linebacking core in New Orleans, and they were nasty.
That is a travesty because he's not getting in next year when you look at next year's class. So, and then the leftovers, the cumulative, he's probably going to get in on his 9th year of being a finalist, which is a crying shame. I know all that matters is him getting in. Let's hope he doesn't have to die before he gets in, like Sam Mills. But I'm hurt. Richard Seymour, Leroy Butler before Zach Thomas.
Leroy Butler was a hell of a player, dude.
He was.
Great player, dude.
Anybody on the list is a hell of a
great player at Green Bay. The one I have a little more of a problem is Boselli because he didn't have the career that Zach had.
But he's been in the line. He's been in line longest.
I know he's been in line a long time, but he had a short career, whereas Zach had a full career.
They got to put a lineman in. They got to show more respect to everybody else. Other than
he was Hall of Fame talent. Tony Boselli, there is no doubt in my mind.
I don't have a problem with that. I knew they were going to put a lineman in. I knew they were going to put a receiver in. I thought it was going to be a modern era receiver, but hey, I'm wrong.
I actually was shocked that Andre Johnson didn't get in.
He's not a. I don't even think Andre's a Hall of Famer. I think I don't. I'm sorry. I don't.
How could you say
Is
that?
Andre Johnson better than Steve Smith?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
See,
yes.
No. I don't even put Andre Johnson.
Play with Matt Schaub, dude.
Andre Johnson wasn't even a top 5 receiver in his era.
Bro, it's not his fault.
Okay.
That's his problem. Andre Johnson was a monster of all monsters.
Better than Reggie Wayne?
Yes.
I put Reggie in before Andre.
I get it because he played with Peyton Manning and Edgerrin James.
Yeah. I mean, he's got championships.
So much easier. If I put Andre Johnson with Aaron Rodgers and I put him with Peyton Manning and I put him with a great quarterback, to me, Andre Johnson, are you ready for this? Is one of the 10 greatest wide receivers to ever play. NFL, college, you name it.
Bullshit.
I don't give a crap what you want to put.
Bullshit. I can name.
You can name whatever you want. I'm looking at the player and the talent. I have rarely ever seen.
He's not even better than Ocho Cinco.
Oh my God, Ocho Cinco can't even run a route, dude. How can you?
Are you crazy?
That? No, I'm not crazy. No, I'm not crazy. That's why he lasted 3 weeks in New England because they go, "Hey, yo, you can't ad lib here."
That's a learned offense
carried your ass.
That's a learned offense issue. He can run. Ocho Cinco had the best feet I've ever seen. Smooth route runner, kill people. He would tell you his route. He's running. And
played with Carson Palmer, T.J. Hushmanzada,
and
Corey Dillon. He had real bro. Andre Johnson was stuck with Matt Schaub. I'm telling you, Andre Johnson was stolen from his career.
I didn't say he wasn't nice. I did not say he wasn't nice.
I'm not telling you he's nice. I'm telling you he's one of the greatest talents I have
He's not even better than Anquan Bolden. He's not better than Steve Smith. He's not better than Anquan Bolden.
Better than all those guys. He's better than all those guys.
And I like Andre Johnson. You're making me be disrespectful.
Johnson is a freak of all freaks, dude. He just ended up in a terrible situation like Steve Bartkowski in Atlanta.
Okay.
Archie Manning in New Orleans.
So is Brandon Marshall going in the Hall of Fame?
This guy's way better than Brandon Marshall.
Brandon Marshall's got better numbers. So is Brandon going in the Hall of Fame?
Yeah, I know that, but he played with better quarterbacks.
Who? What quarterback did Brandon Marshall play with better?
Would you believe it or not, I'd rather play with Jay Cutler than Matt Schaub.
All right, fine. It is what it is. I'm not going to argue with you. Like this is.
Yeah, no, I know. After you asked me, I then shed the light, and you go,
no, because what you said is ridiculous.
You're not going to take Cutler over Matt Schaub. Come on.
I'm not going to take. I'm
not talking about our Cutler. The Cutler that was actually in Denver was actually not bad. That was actually a decent Cutler.
That's fine. Okay, and take Cutler away from Brandon Marshall. Name me another good quarterback he played with. Matt Moore, Ryan Fitzpatrick.
No, not here. No, here he didn't play with any quarterbacks.
He played with Matt Moore. He balled with Matt Moore. Stop.
He played with Matt Moore. Fine.
Now, I'm just saying. You're at least Andre Johnson had Schaub. Not to say he's great or anything.
No, he's not.
Like you act. Like Brandon Marshall had
Matt Schaub is
Orton.
garbage, bro. Straight ass hot garbage is Matt Schaub. Hot garbage.
Listen, he was serviceable for a couple years in the West Coast offense, which your new coach is installing.
I'm telling you, man, Andre Johnson is one of the great receivers of all time. He was just stuck in a terrible, terrible situation, man. Really.
As I said to you, and I stand by it, and can name the receivers, he wasn't even a top 5 receiver of his decade.
No, I get it. You're going by the stats and the production.
No, I'm going by. I look at Hall of Fame, and I don't have a vote.
I get it. It's fair if you're going by the stats. I don't have a leg to stand on. If we're going to go by the stats and the accomplishments.
Are you a generational player for that 10 years that you played? Are you the all-pro, all-decade player for that 10-year period that you played in the league?
Well, 13 seasons, 7 Pro Bowls, 2 All-Star selections, 14,000 yards, 9th all-time with no quarterback. 9th all-time with no quarterback.
Okay, and give me Anquan Bolden.
Receptions, 1,053. 1,053, 8th all-time.
Anquan Bolden is ahead of him. Steve Smith is ahead of him. And both of them I don't think Steve Smith has a championship. Anquan Bolden has a championship. So
yeah, but Anquan Bolden played with a great defense. I mean,
now we move in the bar. It's a great defense.
That doesn't mean anything, dude. Randy Moss was better than all of them, and he has no championship.
I don't want to argue about Andre Johnson. Andre Johnson's a great player. He's a great Hurricane. He is a legend. I don't think he deserves first ballot Hall of Fame. And there's a long list of people that I would put in the Hall of Fame before Andre Johnson, which includes Anquan Bolden and Steve Smith. Yeah, because those were better players in that generation. But you know what the Hall of Fame is about? It's about who you know, just like the NFL, whose palm you grease, who owes you a favor, who owes you a vote.
Wait. He had 14,000 yards, Andre Johnson?
Yeah, okay.
Anquan Bolden had 13,779.
Oh my God! All right.
With no quarterback.
Now, Anquan has to win in line behind Andre Johnson. What about Steve Smith?
77 to 82, 5 touchdown difference edge for Anquan.
Anquan was a beast, baby.
Okay, that's fine, but I mean, I'm just saying. By the way, he has no all-pro selections.
Bolden?
Yeah.
Okay. Bolden. That he was a slot receiver.
2-0.
Played in Megatron's generation.
You're making excuses, bro.
No.
You're making excuses.
You my personal preference.
Listen,
that I
no one in their right minds picks Anquan Bolden over Andre Johnson. Nobody.
Okay, whatever.
Nobody.
That's
nobody. Anquan Bolden ran half the speed Andre Johnson ran. Andre Johnson had 3 inches on top of him. Andre Johnson could take the top off of defense where Anquan Bolden could not.
I'm not arguing that with you.
I love Anquan Bolden, bro. But to say Anquan Bolden is a better talent than Andre Johnson is crazy.
I said
every
more.
level.
I did not say that. I said
no. You did say that.
More worthy of a Hall of Fame, in my opinion.
But you're saying he's better. You said he was better. You said Steve Smith and Anquan Bolden are better.
They're more worthy.
They're
more worthy of Hall of Fame than Anquan Bolden, in my opinion. And it's just my opinion. As is every voter in the Hall of Fame. They have their own opinion.
You're right. You're right, Andrew. And Andre Johnson is more worthy than Anquan Bolden. I like what you said right there. That was good. Rewind that. Rewind that on the tape.
I'm not entertaining this conversation.
He gave in. He gave in.
I'm not entertaining this conversation anymore.
All right, so what's next on the coaching staff? You like the fact that they're keeping Boyer and they're keeping Crossman to keep some kind of continuity?
No.
Why?
Because Boyer had his play calling ability taken away when the defense actually got good.
Okay. So who was calling plays then?
Flo and Gerald Alexander.
Is that you're believing that text that was out there?
I don't know what text you're talking about.
Okay. All right.
I've reported it. I've reported it in the story on the Hire. Players are not a fan, but it is what it is. We move on.
Is it more because they were flow guys?
No, I think that
because Gerald Alexander's gone because he was a hardcore flow guy.
No. Anyway,
you don't think so?
Gerald Alexander is, in my opinion, and you look at the track record, hands down the best position coach on that team. So if I'm going to fire the best position coach on that team, obviously there has to be a reason. My theory is the reason is because Boyer is threatened by Alexander, who was handling his job and responsibility, and players felt more comfortable with the way Boyer and Flores were calling it.
You were praising Boyer constantly.
I do like Boyer. They were lying. Well, they were lying a great deal. When people suspected that Boyer had been stripped of his duties, they were lying to the team. And he had been stripped of his duties. And he had been stripped of his play calling. And what happened is survival of the fittest.
So you were praising a guy that really wasn't calling plays.
Correct. And Flores was lying about what he was doing, which, hey, he has a right to. And he did it to protect Boyer. So it is what it is. And now Boyer stays. How does that happen?
I don't know. I don't know what to believe anymore.
Yeah, I've been there until you start. I mean, you're the one.
And by the way, especially with that defense that played like crap in the first half at times when they were playing the good teams, and then they racked up all the wins and stats.
But they changed the style of play too. So,
well, all I know is that defense is also a facade because they didn't play well against the good teams.
Yeah,
in the
anybody who thinks it's
second half of the season, they took advantage of a bunch of bad teams.
I don't like when people say that because they also beat Lamar Jackson when Lamar Jackson was.
That's not a good quarterback. Watch this year. His entire year, he was not good this year. He was not playing well this year. Come on, man. They had tons of injuries on their running backs.
I'm not having this discussion with you again.
Well, no, but that's the facts. They weren't running the ball the way they normally would. So
he got hurt. He got hurt. They ended up not in playoff contention. I'm not having this discussion with you again. We're just not.
What do you mean? What do you mean we're not having this discussion?
Because
you're out there, he's not a good quarterback, dude.
Oh, he's a top 10 player, top 20 player in this league.
No problem with that. He's a great athlete.
I'm not going to argue that he's a good quarterback. I'm not going to argue.
In the second half of the 2021 season, Lamar Jackson was not a good quarterback. Those are the facts.
That's
all I'm saying.
He was not a good quarterback. He's still a top 20 player in the NFL.
Okay, so the defense was not facing a great quarterback in the second half.
Okay,
Lamar
and
one.
Name the great quarterbacks in this league. They're about 5. So,
yeah. And Josh Allen ate them up twice in the first half.
And he's going to continue to eat them up.
And so did Tom Brady, and so did all the other good quarterbacks that they played in the first half. That's why the defense and X feasted in the first half, and then the second half. Failed in the first half, and in the second half feasted.
X also had a growing strain that he was fighting through, as did Byron Jones. As they were without their top nose tackle in Raekwon Davis for the first month of the season. Not to make excuses about them because they weren't playing the way that they played last year. Then Flo took over play calling, gave the responsibility to Gerald Alexander, who he put in the booth, and took Boyer out of the booth, and they started playing well. And these aren't opinions, these are facts, and facts delivered by the players. And now they're upset, bothered, miffed that the guy that got his role and responsibility taken from him is now running our defense. And are we going to go back to playing a lot of press coverage, which we don't want to play? Or are we going to not use the amoeba defense, which we want to use? So it's and I do like Josh Boyer. I'm a fan of Josh Boyer, or I thought I was a fan of.
Well,
Josh
you were
Boyer.
a fan all year of Josh Boyer.
Till I learned that he was a
you're
fraud.
off the bandwagon for Josh Boyer.
Till I learned that he was not being honest, and neither was Flo about what was going on, and fans suspected it. Fans had the theory, and they turned out, and the team lied and lied and lied, and it turned out, and the fans turned out to be right. Flo was calling that defense at the end of the year.
By the way, Joe Judge was the one that got that job that we were talking about.
No. Gates is supposed to be offensive. Gates is supposed to be put in position to.
Yeah, but they got Judge as the offensive assistant.
Oh, come on. They still need an offensive coordinator, quarterback coach, blah, 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 blah. So he's been in conversations with them. I think it would be a good move for him, but he doesn't need to work yet. He's got money. So I'm surprised he's not going with McDaniels and reuniting with McDaniels. But when you're in South Florida and your kids are young and you're getting your $5 million a year paycheck, it's still, why would you rush to work? When anything, this is what I never get about these coaches. They're in this rush to work. Same thing with Vic Fangio. When they got money coming in, and anything that they earn is going to be offset. So the team that fired you is going to get to pay you less. Why are you working for free? Like, spend that time, go do TV. Like, go get your Mike Tannenbaum on. Like,
so, I don't know. That may not be their passion, dude. Their passion is coaching.
So you want to work for free? You want to do 80 hours a week? You're
still getting money anyways from somewhere else.
I understand that, but I would make Steve Ross.
But you do what you love, Omar. You do what you love. You do what you love, dude.
I get you. I get you. But I'm sorry, Adam Gase can sit out another year. He got that $5 million check still coming in.
Omar, I could go get 10 other jobs that are out of this business, but yet I chose to do this and build it all up and try and build it up while I'm trying to make a salary, and everybody else is getting also paid on this show. You know what I'm saying? Which is a lot of burden for me to be able to do all of this. You know what I'm saying? Why do I do it? Why do I do it, doggy?
Because it's your passion. But if QAM was paying you
already, and I'm working on another show for all of you guys.
I was just going to ask you that.
For more money.
Like, what's up there? But
yeah, I ran into one hell of a hurdle yesterday, which is.
Hey, listen, I promise you, if QAM was paying you $5 million to sit on your ass, your wife would tell you, go sit on your ass and go to the gym and give me 3 hours at the gym every day, and we'll worry about this radio stuff a little later.
Damn, he's got my wife going, hey, fat ass, go to the gym.
She wants to keep you around.
Yeah. By the way, okay, so we've got you off the Boyer bandwagon. Okay,
not you.
Not me. You said you're not on the Boyer bandwagon.
Listen, I found so many disturbing things about what has been going on behind the scenes, and I give you a lot of credit. I give you a lot of credit.
I told you he was running roughshod through the building.
not just him, but people betraying him.
Yeah, for months this was going on, dude.
It was very dysfunctional, and I didn't know this. And they covered it up and masked it quite well.
Yes.
And I give him, that's leadership. That I give props to. Listen,
don't be surprised, dude. They probably wanted to crap can his ass last year, and they were hoping that things would change again this year, and nothing changed. And by midway through this year, he was.
They should have did it. I think your theory is correct. They probably should have did it when he was at 0-7. I mean 1-7.
There would have been more justification.
Yeah.
At that moment for the other side.
And they should have done to him what they did to Tony Sperano. Because remember, Tony Sperano was rallying that team back, and then he lost his offensive line against and somebody who had no business playing left tackle was playing against the Eagles, and it was just a turnstile, and they lost that game, and they said, "Oh, he's fired. Let's do it now." And then Todd Boyles comes in and wins a bunch of games, and Matt Moore's the MVP and whatever. Brian Daboll ran a hell of an offense because he was just doing whatever he wanted, which I loved. Listen, I have at the point I've always made excuses for Steve Ross. Always. This ends now because I'm sorry, you're a bad leader. And your leaders have to do a better job of being better leaders. But if their leader is bad, like,
that's always like, it's always like that, dude. Always. Mickey Harrison, great owner, great franchise. The Panthers have been a disaster for years. Sifu and Viola, especially Viola and Sifu, because Viola obviously is the main owner and Sifu is a minority owner. But those two guys took over. Look where the Panthers are now. When you have great leadership, there's no doubt you're 1,000. It starts there, dude. That's why the Rooneys are the Rooney.
I thought he was a leader. I thought he was doing a better job leadership. I'm sorry, the dysfunction is on.
Well, he'll spend, which is
and I respect that.
That part is good as an owner.
The dysfunction is a cancer in your organization, and the cancer is still there. It's still there, living strong. And I'm not a Steve Ross needs to sell the team guy. But
he sold it already, so that part.
No, he didn't sold it. You had to create a successor.
He sold it already. Bruce is in line.
No. NFL rules. You had to create a successor. That guy hasn't paid anything. Hasn't come up with the money. He's just first in line.
No, Omar. He owns 49% of the team. Yes. Ross has the controlling interest of the team. Bruce has half the ownership, or a little less than half the ownership. And then he'll take over Steve's portion of the ownership, and then he'll have the majority of the team. Bruce is already bought into the team. He's a partner, my brother. Yeah, look into that.
I need to look into that.
Yeah. Well, he's already invested into it. So that means he's already been approved by the owners.
Yes, I know that. I know that.
Now, Omar, I don't know. Here's the part that it's a little bit above my pay grade. If Flo really has tangible evidence, he will bring the NFL to its knees, and then that will then create a problem for the owners.
Hold on.
Let me finish. I don't know if they can force Ross out and Beal.
Hold on. Wait. Pause. Time out. I get it, the tangible evidence, but tanking is part of the NFL culture. To deny that it is.
Got to prove it. Got to prove it, bro. Got to prove it. You know Ben Roethlisberger did something that night. But because there was an off-duty outside that bathroom,
part of the NBA culture? Is tanking part of the NBA culture?
It doesn't matter, bro. OJ killed 2 people. But you have to prove it in the end. You know what I mean? And yes, tanking exists in the NFL, in the NBA. What's that called? Tampering exists in the NFL, in the NBA. All of those things happen. I'm not denying any of that, doggy. But you still have to have tangible evidence to prove it. It can't be a he said. He's going to have something that is recorded, some kind of paper, some kind of video. There has to be a receipt. Exactly, baby. If there are no receipts, then they will not.
But you mad at Flores for providing the receipts on Belichick.
Yeah, because you screwed your friend really bad there. You didn't. I get you have your agenda, but you don't do that to the guy that really gave you.
Flores' agenda is doing what in his mind is right and what will change the NFL's culture. And the only way.
And by the way, changing the culture is not trashing the shit out of Lovie Smith. That was disgusting what he did a couple of days ago. Well, we know that they only
he didn't do it.
Smith. Yes, he did. His lawyers did it. That's his fault. Doesn't matter, Omar. They work for you. Your agent, when he says something to the team that's stupid or on TV or whatever, that's your agent. You allowed him to work for you and represent you. So they're going to run all this stuff through you and say, we're going to do this. Are you good? Yeah, I'm good. So they represent you. It's your fault. You don't trash Lovie Smith for your agenda. That was garbage what he did, bro. That was, but then again, he's hired his friends. Instead of going out to get the best lawyers for this case, he went to his friends. Those friends better be really good, bro. Really good. Because NFL money can buy some serious lawyers.
Oh, and as I said to you previously, in our earlier discussions, maybe last week, these 31 billionaires have the best lawyers on their own team, much less the lawyers that actually represent their team. Then on top of that, you add the NFL's lawyers. Trust me, there's an army of lawyers.
Right. And what I was trying to tell you is if by some chance Flo has tangible evidence, then the NFL, this is the part that I don't know.
It'd be out already.
Well, I don't know. But the bottom line is the transition that you have from Ross to Beal. I don't know if then the NFL can then say, oh, hold on, you guys are partners, Ross, we want you out of the league. Well, Beal, I'm sorry, you can't buy this team. We're going to put it up for sale. Steven, you will get all the money once it's sold, like what the NBA did with the racist dude.
No. I think the fact that Beal is up 49%, he's probably in first shot at it. I mean, It's really about who can raise the most money. I mean, the team sold probably about $4.4 billion. Who's got $4.4 billion? Show up.
Right.
And for Beal, that's probably he's going to have to come up with another. If what you're saying is right, and he owns 49% stakes, and I don't know if that's correct. I'm pretty sure he owns a little less than half, and then that's kind of part of the agreement that once Ross steps down, then he gets. The controlling interest of it. Yeah, Ross gonna be like, I still need my money. Where my money?
He's gonna get his money one way or another.
You know what? I think he stopped having fun, and I think he's close. I really do think he was close to selling anyway. I think he stopped having fun doing this. And
yes, I agree with you on that.
Realize. Yeah, I'm not good at this. I've tripled my money. Might be time to move on. And if you're Ross and you're going through a divorce and you're going through, all kinds of things, what do you need this for? And that's why this offseason and how they operate this offseason will really be telling for me, because Beal, even though he is a 40, whatever you claim is 49%, he wasn't part of this process at all. So
I don't know.
None of
us really know if he and Ross talked.
He was not.
Hey, how do we know that?
Because he was not part of the interview process.
I know he's not part of the interview process.
If you own 50% of something,
I know.
Are you telling me you're not going to contribute? Even when Huizinga and Ross owned the team together, they still made decisions together.
Yes. But what I'm saying is, what we don't know is, we don't know if in a conversation Beal told Ross, "Hey, why don't you offer him $100,000 for a loss? Maybe he'll take that." And
let's not go. I don't know Beal.
We don't know, but that's my point. That's why maybe the NFL says, "Yeah, maybe this transition doesn't happen. Maybe we open it up." I don't know.
Rich people are going to look out for rich people. No, I'm sorry. Wealthy people, there's a difference. Wealthy people are going to look out for wealthy people.
Well, no, not if you're burying them. Not if it's true that you're paying to lose. That would be a whole. You're tying yourself now to DraftKings and BetUS and all these different. You got to be on the up and up, doggy.
Oh my God! How dare you?
You got to be on the up and up.
Commercials about betting and come on, who the hell didn't know that Cincinnati and Miami were tanking that year? Who? Name one person.
But again, Omar,
that was it was called the Tank Bowl. It was called the Tank Bowl.
While whatever perception may be out there, you still have to prove it. Okay?
Yes. It was called
the problem.
Tank Bowl.
You can call it whatever you want. You can think whatever you want. And by the way, Flo was not tanking. He was never.
Flo wasn't tanking.
Okay, so then there was no tanking ever going on. Doesn't matter.
Everybody else was tanking, but Flo wasn't tanking.
But the coach was not tanking. He was coaching to win the entire season. So we got to leave that out already.
That Pittsburgh game at halftime, I don't know about all that.
There's no tanking going on. The coach did not want to tank. You can tell he wasn't tanking. While you watch him coach, you can tell that he's coaching to win. That was
Pittsburgh at halftime. That was a tank call.
All right, one more thing on the Crossman thing. So you're on or off the bandwagon on the special teams side?
His unit sucked last year. Now,
okay, so Omar Kelly is hoping that they fix the offense. It sucks that they kept Boyer and Crossman. We move on.
Listen, no. I have respect for Boyer for what he did the previous 2 years, but his unit, in his own words, sucked last year.
Okay.
And that's the problem that I always have with rookie head coaches. They can't hire a quality staff. Now, if he lands Curtis Johnson and lands an accomplished, proven offensive line coach, lands a accomplished, proven quarterback coach, I will change my tune. We'll change it. But you got to show me. That's my biggest issue, and I've said this for over a decade because we keep hiring goddamn rookie coaches. 4 straight. The biggest issue with rookie coaches ever since Tony Sperano is they cannot hire a quality staff.
Yeah.
Now, I like some of the moves he's made, and I hear a lot about some that could be coming. Intriguing. Has my curiosity. Deliver it. Land it. Because I know money. I know money is no object.
Yeah, everybody's in improve-it mode right now, my brother. Everybody. Yeah, that's fair enough. There's nothing wrong with that.
And I don't have anything against him, Mike McDaniel. We'll see what you do. We'll see how you are.
Oh, you got to love it. You should love it, dude. You got a human being in there that actually will give you, bro, you're going to be able to write stories.
I don't care about that.
Yeah,
Flores hated me, and I was still able to operate.
You're able to operate, but you can operate better when you have a coach that actually.
Listen, it is what it is. As I say, if I'm still doing this, I'm like a virus. You're not going to get rid of me. You're
retiring like Joe Rose is.
Stop that, because he ain't retiring. Number one.
No, not anymore.
Stop that.
Left another month, 2 months.
He's not retiring, and you're wrong. But you listen, Joe Rose still cashing his paycheck and enjoying his life. Okay,
yeah, no doubt about it. Well,
he ain't giving up them Sunday drinking with Marino.
He's enjoying his life. He may not be enjoying working at that place, but he is enjoying his life.
He's not giving up his Saturday drinking with Marino on the road. It's not happening. So let's put that to rest. It's it is what it is.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what my future holds. I'm not sure I could do this much longer, to be honest with you. Just to be completely transparent.
So you need the Dolphins to win to keep you sane, is what you're saying.
I've said this for years, and I mean it more now than ever. I think the Dolphins have taken away at least 7 years of my life. And
all of us.
No, when you got to wake up, when you got to get midnight calls and 1 a.m. calls, and you got to wake up at 6 a.m. to deal with this stuff, and you got to listen to players bitch and moan and complain, and you got to be the advocate for them. Like, it's stressful, bro. And then you got to be on this wall for this fan base because they live and breathe and die for this team. And then they come to you and they ask you, is this franchise dysfunctional? And you got to tell them, yes, it is. It is, absolutely. And they can't get their act together. And no matter what they do, they still can't get their act together. And then you hear about all that's going on still. And you're like, God damn, why can't you get your act together? Like, you like this organization, man. I've never been at this depth of.
Remember this, Omar. You're getting paid to cover them. The Dolphin pays for suites and seats, and parking and travel.
It don't keep them up at night, though. It don't keep them up at night.
Yes, it does, bro. Yes, it does. And then they get the notice from the Dolphins about renewing their season tickets, And then they've got to go through the hell and the burden of thinking, do I renew them? Is it worth it? Man, it's a lot of money.
It's an abusive relationship.
So whatever hell you think you've gone through, I think the Dolphin fan that invests their emotion and their finances, they're probably
you don't think the Dolphins
in a much worse place than you are.
You don't think the Dolphins' shittiness has negatively impacted my
I think it's affected all of us, my brother.
Of course.
But I would put the fans that spend their money, their hard-earned working money for that entertainment, which hasn't been entertaining, and has been very heartbreaking. I would put them number one over anything or anyone in the media, my brother. Those are the people that I feel for the most.
Man.
Okay? All right. When I watch NorCal and Doll Freaky and Big E and all these kind of cats that they travel all over the place and they're spending money on their gear and hotels, airplanes, and this team doesn't win jack for them.
And they buy and invest in Chad Henne bobbleheads.
Yes, man.
The Chad,
yes.
I keep
those are the number one people in my heart that I bleed for, bro.
I keep this Chad Henne bobblehead as a memory about building a foundation on a mediocre quarterback is a bad idea. It sits right in my desk and it reminds me. It bobbles and it sits there. And it reminds me.
That bobblehead actually has more hair than the real one.
No, Chad has a gorgeous. No, it's not gorgeous. Matt Moore's hair is gorgeous. Chad has a good head of hair. There's no balding there. There's no thinning.
It was a little thinner than that. Well, if I remember. No, you know what it was? It was lighter. That's what it was.
He always had that buzz cut. And
he had that buzz cut. Yes. Yeah, he looked like the.
Hey, listen, he should get into coaching because at this rate, he'll probably be an NFL head coach in 5 years. Considering they love to make mediocre quarterbacks coaches in the NFL.
Oh God! But the only problem I think of when I think of Chad Henne, I also think of zero personality.
Oh God, yeah, I forgot.
Yeah, so I'm wondering how does he connect? Like I'm watching Mike McDaniel, and you know the story he even told how
they said Kellen Moore has zero personality too. By the way.
Yeah, well, listen, but the story he told like 15 years ago, we weren't dealing with ADD and how we dealing now, and you got to bring with energy and you got to be colorful in the way you teach and all. And I never thought of that. And I was like, wow, because you've got it to reach these younger people who have a very short attention span. It's tough, you know what I'm saying? So these kind of things, you got to have some personality. And obviously you see it with Mike, but wow, Chad Henne. Ugh. Oh God. I don't know about that one, bro. All right. What are you working on the Sun Sentinel so folks can check you out?
To the good times. I've got hey, I wish you were in your studio so we could cheers bobbleheads.
Yes, my Fiedler bobblehead.
Oh yeah! Oh my God!
I have a Fiedler bobblehead. No, what you said, I have the Tua and Dan Marino pops, but I have a Fiedler bobblehead, which I mean, although it's a much more successful bobblehead, the one I have than the one you have, of course. But that's neither here nor there.
It's a reminder. It's my trophy. It's my reminder that mediocrity will always result and produce mediocrity.
Unfortunately, it is the truth, my brother.
And you know, I'm not saying this had nothing to do with Tua and on. Don't think that I'm making it. If I could buy a Tua bobblehead, I would buy it. Send me links.
Oh no, you're not allowed. You're not allowed.
Send me links to Tua bobbleheads.
Oh, you bastard! You'll go to Hialeah and you'll make it a voodoo doll with some old lady doing Santeria in Hialeah.
I love Tua.
You'll ruin Tua for us. No.
I hope this works out for him. I am a believer in Tua. I hope this works out for him. I really do. And I hope
your nose is growing right now.
No. Everybody who follows me knows I'm telling the truth. I'm not allowed on Tua and on, and
folks,
that's fine.
do not send him any Tua dolls. Do
you
not
kick me out of Tua and on.
Conversations.
I'm fine with
it's
that.
Not one of us.
Did you kick Cam Wolfe out of Tua and on?
Is he off? I didn't know he was off.
Remember, you were supposed to confront him about the Tua jokes that we had at my.
I did confront him. No, I did confront him. Of course.
So is he still in or is he out?
Oh, he's still in. He was just saying that. Go ahead, Sean. What are you
Well,
gonna
no,
say?
I was going to say, Omar, he kind of threw you under the bus,
Right.
saying that you guys were drinking, and that's why the words were flowing.
we were drinking, but he had his fair share of jokes too.
Yeah. He kind of felt out of place, and so he kind of went with it. You know.
Okay.
By the way, we have a Tua bit that we have not played. Do we have the audio? Can we play the audio?
Listen,
I don't think I have it here right now.
We have a Tua bit that we created, but it like, you know, things changed, so we didn't play the bit just to not have a little fun with it.
Yeah.
But, you know, it was about Tua's durability issues at that time, and we created something that was actually pretty funny. One of our guys created it. We were gonna make a video to it and all that, but we kind of held off on it. I don't know if Sean finds the audio in time.
Listen,
but it's funny.
I this is gonna be good for Tua. A run game, a brick wall of an offensive line, an outside zone running scheme, and you asked me what I'm working on. I wrote a column on the Sun Sentinel. You can find it. It's kind of buried with all the coaching news. Basically explaining what Mike McDaniel's offense is going to look like and how it's going to impact some of the personnel. Like Gesicki, wait, bye-bye. Wait, bye-bye, Big O. Wait, bye-bye. You know, and I do think these backs fit what he's trying to do. Duke and what's the other back? I forget the other back from Denver. They come from, and he's an outside zone. What is his name? God dang it. I know you're trying to find.
What, Philip Lindsay you're talking about?
Yeah, Philip Lindsay. Philip Lindsay's an outside zone runner. Like, this is a great situation for him. Duke is an outside zone runner. This is a great situation for him. Gaskin and Savan, whatever. So, you know, and I'm sure they'll go and they'll get a back in the draft. What he's done with the 49ers, they're running back by committee. So they don't need a big workhorse back. And if you do want a big workhorse back, go get Melvin Gordon or somebody in free agency or draft one. So I think they'll be fine there. But tight ends, your boy's days are numbered here, right?
Oh, yeah. It all depends, because he does talk about changing with what players you have. So I wonder if he'll use him as a big receiver for one more year.
That's such a horrible idea, though.
I don't, dude, I'm not the offensive coordinator. He is. He knows more than you and I together. Cool. So I don't know if he can use him or not. You want to
throw wide receiver, Bill? Go ahead.
All right, so this is a Tua bit that we came up with. I don't know if Sean can find it.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Talk to you later.
The worst boss in the world. Can't stand that guy. I don't know what to do with all my frustration.
Okay, wait a minute.
When you get pissed off mad, do you want something that you can crack, break, smash easily? I'm gonna wreck you. Then you need the Tua doll.
He's so soft and cuddly.
Shut up. Tua doll comes fully assembled and comes apart easy.
I love Tua.
My back.
That's not.
My finger! Ouch! Any resemblance to an actual NFL football player is strictly coincidental and does not advocate in any way violence. Batteries not included.
Hey, you play that, you get kicked out of Tuanon yourself.
Yeah, I know. But that was right in the whole finger thing and all that. So we kind of
that's going to challenge your Tuanon membership. I think they're going to have to take you off the board of trustees.
You got to have some fun with it, you know. I had you around me, you influenced me, so I just
don't blame it on me. Don't blame it on me. Listen,
anyways, I didn't create it. They came to me with, and I said it is kind of funny.
It's going to threaten your Tuanon membership.
It might, but who knows? We might save it for another injury down the line.
I love Tua. I love everything that he represents. I just need him to be a better leader, need him to be more durable, and need him to improve his velocity. That's it.
He'll be fine. He'll be an ass kicker. He'll be a franchise quarterback, and
I hope so.
Winners soon. So
the people who are in positions of power right now, they believe in him. So they tanked for him. So
All I know is I think this time next year I might be in Arizona rooting on the Dolphins. Who knows? You just never know. And just all that good stuff. All right, follow him on Twitter at Omar Kelly and catch his work.
Does the Mike Shanahan and I need to look this up this year? Any Mike Shanahan disciple as a head coach from this young tree, whatever they call themselves, I forget what it is. It's some name that their agent came up with. Does any one of them have a losing record? Because I don't think they do.
No, they don't.
Kyle Shanahan has a loss. Started with some losses.
Yeah, but he's had success overall. He's been a good coach, man.
Yeah.
No, the other two guys are doing really well right now. No, it's a good. It's not the Belichick rotten ass.
Oh yeah, no. And that's why this is the tree I like. This is the tree I like.
Can we just say that Belichick are roots because they're underground and they smell and they stink? A tree is refreshing and green and beautiful. You know what I'm saying? So the Shanahan tree is green and beautiful. The Walsh tree is green and beautiful. The Andy Reid tree is green and beautiful. But the Belichick tree is some swampy ass roots stuck in somewhere in the disgusting place.
It's in the swamp in New Orleans. Listen, hey.
I'm not picking a certain city now. That's I'll leave it. He said that, not me. Okay, go ahead.
Oh, yeah. I forgot you had your beef with New Orleans.
I don't want to have any beef with New Orleans. I mean, I like the Hurricanes.
No, is it what beef is it with the Alabama people?
I like Matt O'Brien's. I'm good with that. No, I'm good with Alabama people too, bro. I'm the part-time mayor of Mobile, bro. Are you kidding me?
You're right. That's correct.
I own that freaking town. So, but anyway. All right, follow him on Twitter at Omar Kelly and catch his work at the South Florida Sun Sentinel. Omar, you're the best. Have a great weekend, my brother.
All right, talk to you later.
You got it. There you go, Omar Kelly. Let's take a break. You know who's next? Cameron Wolfe, baby, in our Fort Lauderdale Police Department, Miami Dolphins, and NFL report.
You've been listening to the EJDconstruction.com Miami Dolphins Report with Omar Kelly. For additions, home remodeling, or custom work, call Eric at 305-433-4843. EJDconstruction.com is the custom home builder and general contractor you can trust. 305-433-4843. Statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyAccess.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website.
The Big O Radio Show is brought to you by Sports Grill. Good food, good drinks, good friends. Craig's Inn Acura of Pembroke Pines, the #1 volume Acura dealership in the Southeast United States. The Fort Lauderdale Police Department. The FLPD is hiring. Go to FLPDjobs.com.
We unleash the Wolf Pack as we get the latest in the NFL and Miami Dolphins with our Fort Lauderdale Police Department Pro Football Report with insider Cameron Wolfe. The Fort Lauderdale Police Department is an equal opportunity employer. The department is now hiring uncertified and certified police officers. Go to FLPDjobs.com. Here's NFL insider Cameron Wolfe.
All righty, welcome back. We take you, I don't know till when, but we got Cameron Wolfe now. We're going to talk a little Dolphins football with our Fort Lauderdale Police Department Miami Dolphins report. What are you, in your backyard now?
Yeah, my backyard is a nice Friday out. I figured we'll change up the setting and hang out back here.
Area, the things you couldn't do in Tennessee at this time of year, right? In other words,
No, not at all. There's definitely I have a big coat on right now if I was living in Nashville. So
where are
I
you
definitely
originally from?
appreciate it. I'm originally from Mississippi. So
Okay.
I'm used to the heat. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So yeah, definitely that. Dude, it gets just as hot and humid over there as does here, dude. I've been in
Right.
the summers, like Atlanta. People don't realize like it's away from the water, and you think, no, they're not as hot as. No, dude, no. It gets brutal in the South, man. Yeah, all that area there, man. It just gets just as bad as here. So yeah, although you feel a little more cold over there than we do here. That's the
Yep.
only. That's
Yep,
the
that's true.
only difference there. There's no doubt about that. All right. Your impressions overall of what you've seen of Mike McDaniel. I know you've seen some of him already from his days in San Francisco and all the stuff on social media, but how everything was handled yesterday on his behalf.
Yeah, I think that, first of all, the first day as the new head coach, there's always optimism, right? So I want to, we're not going to know who he truly is until we see him in action. And honestly, they lose a few games and see how he reacts. That's what I want to see. But my initial reaction is some of the things that we heard about him coming in. He's got a little bit of different personality. He's witty. He had a couple one-liners that made me laugh. And he's going to bring a different energy as a coach. I think that as an offensive mind, we're going to see what he can get out of Tua. That's going to be the big question of how good he is. But overall, my first impression is I can see why they wanted to hire him. I think that he mentioned it in his press conference, but this was the only team that interviewed him as a head coach. So they're jumping out in front of the train, the brigade, so to speak, as far as a thing that was going to take off in the next couple of years. So I think that Mike McDaniel, he deserves our chance to give him a chance, essentially. And that's where I'm at right now. I'm giving him a chance to see what he can do.
The continuity, we were talking with Omar earlier, and he was a Josh Boyer fan, but then he felt that he was kind of fooled because he felt that Flo and Alexander were making the calls down the stretch and not Boyer. But yet Boyer is now retained as the defensive coordinator to, I guess, keep some continuity in place. But Gerald Alexander was let go, a guy that you're also a big fan of, interviewed for the DC job, for the Jags DC job, but Caldwell ended up getting that job. So, and obviously he was a big Flo guy. So maybe that's why they didn't keep Gerald there. I don't know. Maybe there was some kind of uncomfortableness. But your opinions on the chess pieces moving on defense, how much of it do you believe? Was Boyer making any calls? Was he out of the mix in the second half? What have you been hearing of that?
Yeah, a big O. If you remember, a few weeks ago, I reported that they wanted to keep most of their defensive staff, and that started with Josh Boyer. The Gerald Alexander thing caught me by surprise. I thought he was going to be a part of the group retained. There's a lot of things that we don't see inside the building that happen that I've learned more about in the last couple of days. I can't speak to what all O reported, but I do know that there were roles that shifted in the second half of the season. GA moved up into the booth. I do not believe that he took over play calling. GA did, but I do know there was a structure that changed as a whole as far as how they were delineating. Flores definitely had a bigger hand as far as scheme and running things together. And I think that, all of that plays a factor in this. Flores was giving Gerald more power and more responsibility in the second half of the year as a whole. And, if GA, he's a big personality, he's a big leader. And I think a lot of the players in the locker room, in fact, I know a lot of the players in the locker room respect him. So, a lot of that comes in and you're building your new staff, Josh Boyer is, and maybe some of these things come into consideration. So I don't know Josh Boyer's perspective. I haven't talked to Josh Boyer, but you can kind of look at what's happened and you're like, why is GA here? Why is Josh Boyer not? You can kind of look at some of the things that happened this year. And as Flo's not here, Josh Boyer gets to put along his own staff, and it's really his defense. And that's something I just tweeted about earlier. I'm really interested to see what the Dolphins 2022 defense looks like, because obviously, although Josh Boyer was the defensive coordinator and a guy calling plays, Brian Flores had a big hand in that, a big hand in the scheme. And so now with Flores gone, it'll be Josh Boyer's defense. So I don't think it'll be exactly the same. I wouldn't be surprised if they run a lot more man coverage. In the second half of the year, if you watch the tape, they ran a lot more zone coverage. And I believe that's something that was something that Flores and maybe some of GA kind of entered into the defense. And so now it's Boyer. He's coming truly from that Patriot scheme where they play man. So that's the one thing I'm curious about going forward is how Boyer does when everything is his.
Oh, all right. So overall, is that the move? Do you like the move? Is that for continuity purposes, keeping Crossman and Boyer running your units, that is obviously a positive, right? So at least for continuity purposes, you agree with the move?
I would have liked to keep Gerald Alexander. That was something that I thought was very important. But as far as Josh Boyer keeping his job, I thought the defense was good last year. I thought there was, scheme wise, if they're keeping similar scheme, that I have no issue with it. I thought it was a really good scheme last year. The question I'm going to have is, and I mentioned this to you last week or Big O, and I don't know the answer, which is why I can't say it definitively. I'm curious how much Mike McDaniel was behind this versus, the Dolphins organization saying, hey, we want to keep the Dolphins defensive staff. Like, I hope, and I don't know for sure, but I hope that Mike McDaniel was able to interview him and say, hey, I think Josh Boyer's the best guy for the job, because I'm a big believer in letting your head coach have control of his staff. So that's my only question, and I have to do more homework to see if I can figure out the answer to that. But I think that, like I said, the scheme itself, whether it's Boyer, Flores, GA, where you want to look at it, was good last year. So I have no problem with running back the scheme. We're just going to have to see how Boyer does without some of those ancillaries around him.
All right, so let me ask you, there was some talk about Fangio, and while Boyer's running the defense, a lot of times you'll bring in an older assistant to kind of be a sounding board, a little bit of guidance, those kind of things. Is that still in play for the Dolphins? Because if you're naming Boyer, you're getting rid of Alexander, I'm no longer hearing so much about maybe one of those type of individuals coming in. What are you hearing?
Yeah, Big O, I actually spoke to somebody this morning who has a relationship with Fangio, and he mentioned that he thought that Fangio was going to take a year off. He believed that was the most likely thought there. From what I understand, he had conversations with, close to double-digit teams about him being interested and them being interested in him joining their staff, and he hadn't necessarily found the right fit yet. Maybe that changes. Maybe they can do something to woo him. But as of now, I'm not expecting Fangio in Miami. And I'm thinking that, there's more likely than not that he ends up just taking some time off, or maybe he does a little consultant role where he's not doing much as a whole. So, but as far as another veteran coach, I know that's something that they have had a desire for. I haven't heard any solid names as far as a guy who could, come in and fill that role. But I do know they want to have some of that veteran leadership for him to lean on. They hired John Embry on the offensive side of the ball, who's going to be their assistant head coach and tight end coach. He's going to be Mike McDaniel's sounding board and sort of veteran leadership on the offensive side. And so you definitely need that on the defensive side because, Josh Boyer has been in the league for a while, but he still is a younger dude. So even if it's like this guy is a, senior defensive assistant or something of that title where you're more of a leadership position than a scheme guy, I think that's something they still desire. So the staff is not finished yet. I mentioned it earlier today, but Rob Leonard, their linebacker coach, George Godsey, their co-OC, both left to go to Baltimore. Some of the coaches have already been told they can look for other jobs. So that's been happening. And so I expect them to get to the point where they're finalizing the staff in the next week or so. So a lot of people have been told, not everybody's been told. So maybe some of those last roles is that defensive senior position that you're talking about.
Curtis Johnson being interviewed for an OC position. Wes Welker also, the coach mentioned that Welker coming in also to help out, wide receivers coach. Any other coaches are you hearing on the offensive side to help out? Because I think we're all intrigued to find out who the hell is coaching the offensive line, because, Pepe Le Pew did not work out. And bless you. And I'm sure he's in the cash bar, baby.
Yeah, I do believe they'll find a new O-line coach. And that's not a shock to you, Big O. I know you've been running that
Well, that's not a shock to anybody, okay? That's
right,
not a shock
right.
to you either, okay? Come on. Don't just throw me under the bus here, okay?
No, it's not just you, but I know we've talked about it on this show, and I don't know if there's anybody else in the world who has said more about Dolphins O-line coach needing to be changed than Big O. So,
but wait a minute. But hold on. Let's be honest now, because dude, you get to talk.
I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not saying you're wrong.
I know I'm not wrong. But my point is, you talk to people in the building, right? Because I do, and some of their reactions will make your ass laugh about him. I mean, in the building, they knew what they didn't have at that position. So, I mean, you've gotten some reactions too, right, from people in the building, right?
Yeah, I hear a lot of stuff.
Okay,
personally,
all right.
I'm not a huge, kill a guy's career if it didn't go well in his first year as an O-line coach. So, it clearly did not go well.
And by the way, it wasn't like it was a thing. It was more of he's not ready for this. It wasn't that he's a bad guy or he can't really be a teacher or anything like that. He just was not ready for this level. And that's all it really was. And everybody in that building pretty much was like, yo, like, how did that guy not see that this guy's not ready to coach at this level? And that's what it was more than anything else. It wasn't like, oh my God, he's so incredibly incompetent and he's leaving the building at 2:00 to go get the back nine at some golf course or something. No, it wasn't anything like that. It was just one of those things that it was like, wow, he bit off way more than he can chew. And everybody in the building knew it was. That's just
it. I think that, you never really know a guy's ready until you put him into the fire. So I understand giving a former player a first-time job. Clearly did not work out. It did not work out. He definitely needs more time to be able to get the job right. I don't believe that he doesn't mean that he's going to be eventually a good O-line coach in the league, maybe down the line.
10 years from now. I mean, Zach Taylor, dude, we had him here where he had 3 pubes on his face and he was shaving 10 years ago. You didn't know what he could be 10 years later, and look where he's at right now on Sunday. You don't know that.
So, yeah, I think that's something that, as you see through his career, maybe he evolves. But, yes, it did not go well. I've been told some of the stories from people inside the building. But I think that hire, and I mentioned this to you before, is the most important hire to me of anything they can make. The OC is going to be good, but Mike McDaniel already has said he's calling plays. So that guy is going to be more helping with the game plan. The O-line coach is going to be running the most important group outside of quarterback on this team. Mike McDaniel is going to have hands-on Tua a lot. So I'm expecting him to be, they'll hire a quarterback coach, but I'm expecting Mike McDaniel to be a big part of Tua's development. But the O-line, there's no other group that needs to be changed. And Mike McDaniel referenced it in his press conference saying, hey, it doesn't matter what Tua's going to do if we can't keep him upright. So I haven't heard any names solid that I would feel comfortable saying on this broadcast about guys they would hire. But I think that's something that is churning. I'd expect someone that is comfortable with that outside zone scheme from the Shanahan days. That's a really specific scheme. So you need certain O-line coaches. So like I know we mentioned certain names before, like a Mike Munchak.
So then Munchak doesn't fit that then.
He does, exactly. And that's what I was going to, Big O. Like we talked about some of those veteran guys like Munchak, but Munchak is not an outside zone guy. So in my opinion, I haven't heard this definitively.
Makes sense.
It takes away some of these guys like that. So I think you're going to find somebody who may not be as experienced as Munchak, but coming from that 49ers zone scheme, realm, so to speak.
Isn't Gibbs' kid in the league?
Maybe it's Alex Gibbs. Is that his name?
Yeah. The stud. Yes, Alex Gibbs. I thought his son also got into it, and I thought his son was somewhere, in the infancy stages somewhere of it, or
maybe I have to do more research on that. I do not know for sure, but that's possible.
Yeah, that's the job, and I'm sure you're pissed, by the way, because if it was Munchak, you probably would have broken it before all of us, because obviously a Tennessee connection. But now we've got to try to figure out, okay, where's the zone coach coming from? Who is it? Who's the guy? who's the guy that might be available out there that has some kind of connection to this tree in the NFL or college, right? Now we got to scramble to try to find that name. Who could Mike McDaniel be thinking of right now?
Right. And the thing, Big O, is that O-line coaches are like valuable diamonds, because if you get a really good O-line coach, you're not going to want to let him leave. So that's why you see some of these O-line coaches that the same way. One of my favorite O-line coaches, and I'm sorry if I'm losing some of the audience because I'm getting too much in the weeds, but Jeff Stoutland up in Philly. He's a guy who has been excellent with that O-line. He's done it for a long time. Alabama, Nick Saban actually brought him to college because he was so good. And then Philly went and got him again. I don't know how much he's getting paid, but I'd imagine it's a lot of money. And he's well worth it, because you look at that Philly O-line year in and year out, and they've got other issues on that team, but the O-line is always consistent. And technique, like you mentioned, teaching technique, being able to gel guys and within the scheme and learn everything, that's a difficult part of the game. And you can barely do anything, as we saw with the Dolphins last year, if your O-line is not good. So I think that's something where, a lot of times when you're a new head coach, especially a younger head coach, you're probably going to have to take a chance on an O-line coach who comes from your scheme but may not be a super veteran. So I wouldn't be shocked if you see some assistant O-line coach that came from the 49ers tree end up becoming the head guy here.
Yeah, Stoutland, by the way, was with the Canes. I don't know if you knew that. Back in
I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
In like 2009 or 8 or 10 or something like that, or like in the mid 2000s. He was here, if I remember correctly, but I remember the name, and obviously a good coach that's climbed the ladder overall. All right, your favorite Mike McDaniel moment from yesterday.
I mean, there was a couple. I liked his reference. Like, he's made a couple of Welcome to Miami references. Will Smith, he's trying to show the culture there. He gave the why not response when someone asked if, why can't this be? Why are you the guy?
Moser asked that.
That was a good question, a good response. But I guess my favorite one, he walked off to the side with some of the reporters off to the side after the press conference, and this is something that I could share with the viewers because it wasn't on the press conference. But he ended up explaining his playing days. He said he played at Yale, but he said don't look up his stats because there won't be many. And so he talked about that. He said that I had snaps, but it wasn't many. And he shared his Yale experience, and I thought it was funny, just kind of hearing him talk about just sort of how he transitioned as a coach from a player. And he was very self-deprecating, if I can say it. And I think it humanized him in my eyes, because a lot of times people are really stiff in these press conferences. They have an agenda, and clearly that was off script for him. And he talked about that. He also talked about being a John Elway fan, which Dolphins fans would be like, whoa, you're not supposed to say that at all. But he grew up in Colorado. He grew up a Broncos fan. So he's like, hey, man, I grew up a John Elway fan. This was something that was important. But he was like, but I grew up in all the big eras of those three quarterbacks, John Elway, Dan Marino, Jim Kelly. And he said that it was surreal for him driving down a street with Dan Marino's name and then having Dan Marino shake his hand and say, welcome to the Dolphins. I'm happy to meet you. And he's like, you're happy to meet me? You're Dan Marino.
Right.
So like some of that's what I'm talking about. Some of those human moments that humanized him in my eyes makes me excited to cover him as a coach, because it has nothing to do with how he coaches. Like, he's got a coach, that's the football perspective. But from a human perspective, I can relate to that. Like if I grew up rooting for these dudes, like them shaking their hand and saying that would be real. If I played at Yale as a receiver and all of a sudden I'm an NFL coach, that's something that would stick with me. So some of those personal experiences that he shared, those will probably be what I remember the most.
Yeah, I'm with you there. I'm happy for you guys. I mean, I'm happy for all of us also, because you guys are the conduit to the team, and so you guys are going to get to write much better stories, more in-depth stuff, stuff that will have more detail to it, instead of the ogre coach that just has the blinders on, doesn't know anything that's going on in life, could not make a Will Smith reference if their lives depended on it. Those, like, Pat Riley was the greatest, dude. Pat Riley could talk music and politics and life and basketball, and then he'd and he'd send messages to his teams through us. And so we had all kinds of avenues and all kinds of things to discuss. Jimmy, while he was a tyrant at times, was an incredibly smart guy because he studied psychology. So he was very good at, while in his chaos, he was still very smart in answering our questions and giving us stuff that we can run with, even if some of it was sending messages to his players. I think all of these things that fans don't understand, that the better you have that, the better storytelling you guys get, the more information we all get, the better feel we get for actually what's going on. And I don't believe it ever really puts any coach in a vulnerable situation if you're just being yourself and you're being honest.
Absolutely, Big O. Absolutely. And that's a really good point. And that's something I try to stress with people. Obviously, I'm in the media. It helps you and I when people open up, but it also helps, like you mentioned, the coach, the player, the team, because fans, like our fans who are watching this, are trying to get any type of nugget on their team that they can. And they're trying to humanize these people, figure out who they are as players and coaches, but also who they are as people. So when you open up, when you share stories like Mike McDaniel has, when you give people an layer of the onion, so to speak, you're bringing them, you're bringing yourself into their living room.
Right.
And that's something that's always my goal as a writer. I want to tell you who this person is as a person. And that's why I love feature telling. So I hope that he gives us an opportunity to do more of that. And it comes with trust. Once he starts to trust us, hopefully there's a trust factor where he can share stuff with us and know that it's going to be told the right way. But when that happens, that creates a special relationship between the media and the coach. It doesn't mean that we only write good stuff about him, but it also means that when there's a story to be shared, it gets out the right way and a fan base can really appreciate it because we're not worried about, we get the full story.
Right.
We're not sharing pieces. We're getting the whole thing.
Pat would rarely, not would rarely, but coaches rarely will ever admit a mistake or they screwed up. Riley was the guy that when he screwed up or made a mistake, that's how he started the press conference.
Right.
So he would disarm the media right away.
Yep.
So the media was already ready to go after you, right? But Riley was always playing chess.
Right.
That's what he's always been my favorite person that I've covered as a beat guy when I had to do the beat stuff years ago, decades ago now. So it was just one of those things. And it's funny because there are people that know how to use us.
Yeah.
And know how to use us in a way that they know how to disarm us. And obviously everybody's going to always face some kind of heat or something. Yes, that's fine. But it seems like those people that know how to disarm us and be more of themselves, those controversies, they come and go a lot faster.
Yep. That's an excellent point, Big. That's an excellent point, Big O. And I actually mentioned this to a coach one time, and I try my best to not let it impact me, but we're all human. And so there's a saying that, the media won't get a coach fired, but it'll give him grace to save him time, essentially. And so, like, if something comes out, a story or something that's going to be negative, you're going to have more grace and more, genuine care for a person if they're cooperative with you, if they're, pleasant to be around versus they're not. That's just natural human nature. So, the coach may not know when they need the media, but when it happens, you can't scramble at that point and say, oh, all of a sudden, let me pretend to be something I'm not. So that's something that I think some coaches realize, some coaches don't. And it's interesting, especially like on my side of things on TV, you see a lot of coaches going into the media after they're playing, and some of the coaches were bad with the media. And you hear some of them and they admit like, hey, I should have been, now I'm seeing this side of it, I should have been better. I didn't realize how this works. And it's like, sometimes you have to see the other side to realize we're not trying to get you. We're not the evil monsters trying to make everything difficult. No. We're just trying to do our jobs. And sometimes, not all the time, but sometimes our jobs can align with your jobs.
Yeah. It's it's the whole thing that the cover up is worse than the crime. And it's, and it's not the perfect analogy, but it's kind of an analogy like that. Okay, so something bad happened. Well, coach, don't go taking a combative attitude to it with the fans and the media, because that's not going to help you. You might as well take a proactive approach to the negative situation, and that way the media will then overcome. And by the way, an example for you is Spo. I think Spo's kind of earned that already over the years, because he's a good dude. We see it. He's pretty candid about stuff. He's pretty open. He doesn't really – he's not like he leaves a lot of gray area. He answers your questions. He gives you what you need. And I think he's one of those guys that you're talking about that has kind of earned it from fans and media, that even if something negative happens, it'll go by quickly, because you'll go, Spo will figure it out. He'll be fine.
Yeah, Spo's a great point. And Big O, that does not mean that you're friends with the media all your friends are media. There's a difference. It does not mean that. You can still have a separation of coach and media where you're not friends per se, but you can be cognizant of your job and not play a shield. And like, for example, just Mike McDaniel just using it. He came out very simply and said, "Hey, I'm going to be a play caller." And that's something where it's something simple. And he obviously knew that this is something that wasn't like a big nugget, but like just telling us that from the initial
and he disarmed you. And it
disarms you. So we're not going to spend the next 3 months figuring out, is your OC going to be calling plays?
We did with Flo. Who's calling? Who's calling? With Flo, who's calling? Who's did this? He kept us in the dark because he fought it the entire time instead of just disarming us right away and saying, "Hey guys, this is how it is. We love it. This is how we're doing forward. Hey, let's move on." Boom. That's it. It's over.
And some of that stuff has an impact. That makes our job easier. Ideally, makes your job easier. You don't have to worry about hiding everything from us. If you're just open, you don't have to worry about who's digging around, figuring out who's the play caller. If you're telling us the first time you're introduced,
and Doggy, there's a domino effect, because if you're lying or trying to be deceitful or trying to mislead, then we say, okay, are you doing this here now? And in this case, are you doing it? And in this case, if you're doing, but if you're honest and disarming right from the get, hey, I'm going to call plays. Hey, I'm going to do this. And if it's a consistent thing, you're going to go, well, hey, Mike said he was going to do this, and that's what he's done. And then that's the track record you live with every week, every month, that the coach tells you right away, this is what it is, and that's what follows through. There'll never be another second guessing again. But when you start with that whole offensive coordinator stuff, then you start to say, okay, so now this is what you're going to do about everything. So now you've got to then decipher everything. You don't know what's truth and what's lie.
Yep, absolutely.
It's weird.
That's an absolutely great point.
All right, Rams or Bengals? Who wins?
That's a good question. What's the spread on that game? 5.5?
Four now. Four. It goes from 3.5 to 4 to 4.5, but it looks now like it's going between 3.5 and 4, Cam. So it all depends. But I'm gonna go 4 right now.
I would probably go Rams, and I would take the points. I think that Rams team, and I'm not completely sold on Matthew Stafford, but I am sold on that defense, and I'm sold on some of their playmakers on offense. And I think the way the Bengals offensive line has been exposed at times this year, I think the Rams can do the same thing. And I think I told you on the show, I'm a big fan of Von Miller. I think his combination with Aaron Donald and Jalen Ramsey are going to be too much for the Bengals. And I actually think, I'm not betting on this. We're not allowed to bet in the NFL. If you're seeing this NFL, I'm not betting on this game. But I would feel really comfortable taking a long shot bet on one of the defensive stars trying to win MVP. I feel like it's going to be that sort of game.
You and me are in this. I'm saying Aaron Donald is the MVP of the game.
Yeah. Whether it's Aaron Donald, I think Aaron Donald's like a 16-1 MVP. I think Von Miller's like a 50-1 MVP odds. Whatever you want to feel comfortable with. If not happening. If I was to be betting on this game, that would probably be what I would be most interested in, because I think that's the biggest advantage in this game. The Rams defensive front over the Bengals offensive line. As good as Joe Burrow's been this year, I just don't know if he can overcome that.
Yeah, and I think Donald is going to be so motivated to be a beast on Sunday. Yep. I just think that I think the guys in the Rams locker room are afraid to let him down on Sunday. Not Matt Stafford, not Sean McVay, not the Rams ownership. They're all going, no, dude, no, we gotta do it for that guy, because I think
Yep.
Aaron, like I said it earlier. Have you ever watched Fast Times at Richmond High?
You've asked me about this before. I'm gonna watch it this offseason. I promise. I have not
What the
watched
hell
it.
is wrong with you, bro? Anyway,
Big O, we are a different age range. I haven't even turned 30 yet.
I know.
Was
but
did the movie come out while I was alive?
No, but you got to watch classics. Like, you don't watch any of the great
I
classics,
do.
right? You got to watch
watched a few of the classics.
Yeah, well, that's a classic. That's
okay. I will watch. I promise
that is
you.
That is one of the classic high school fun, and it still holds up. Actually,
yeah.
You know what's funny? Yesterday I ran into it. My wife laughed. I left it on for like 5 minutes, and she laughed at a moment there.
So it's legitimately funny, Big O.
Oh no, yes, it is. Yes.
All right.
Yes.
So I'm definitely gonna watch this.
No,
I
you
got an
will
assignment next week, sometime between now and the start of the combine. I'm
You
gonna
will
watch
laugh.
this movie, and I'm gonna come back, and I'm not gonna lie to you, Big O. If it's not funny, we're gonna be talking about.
Right?
We're gonna be
He's
talking
got to
about
laugh.
it.
Dude, you're going to have to laugh a few times on Fast Times at Richmond High.
Okay. All right.
You have to. You're going to laugh your ass off overall. I mean, if you don't laugh some at Fast Times at Richmond High, then I don't think you really have a sense of humor. That's kind of the way.
I have a sense of humor. All right,
Okay,
so
you will have to laugh.
Forward to it.
You have to, and the actors that are in it are legendary actors, dude. Forrest Whitaker.
Yeah.
Okay, so Forrest Whitaker is Aaron Donald. That's all I'm going to leave you at. Okay? You need to watch it. Because now I don't want to tell you also about the movie, because I want you to really enjoy the movie because it's funny. Seriously, like tonight, if I know it's on a streaming service, dude. Okay? You can watch it on Prime or Netflix or whatever. Sit down with the wife for 90 minutes, and I promise you will text me after and say, dude, that was actually a good call. It's a funny movie. And you'll watch. It's one of those that you'll watch again. Do you like old school?
Old school what? Like old school hip hop? Yeah, like old school.
No. Of course, old school hip hop is the greatest of all time. But no, I'm talking about the movie Old School.
Oh yeah, it was that was a solid movie.
Okay, there you go. If you enjoyed that, then I don't know which one's funnier. They're both so funny, man. I don't know. Different kinds of funny, right? Because one is fraternity funny, the other one's high school funny. So it's kind of different types of humor, but trust me, you'll enjoy it. And one of the most iconic 80s scenes ever will be in that movie. Okay? So when you see her getting out of the pool, you'll know that the scene is coming. So one of the most iconic scenes ever. All right? That's your homework.
I will watch it and I will report back. And if it's not funny, Big O, I'm gonna call you on it.
No, that's fine. If it's not funny, then you choose the movie, and it's on me for you and the wife, and I'll pay wherever you're going for any movie theater. IMAX, whatever the hell you want, on me. All right?
Okay.
I'll Zell you. You're right there at the theater. I'll Zell you the cash. You know I can Zell. I'm pretty good at Zelling, right? I'm pretty good every 30 days. I'm pretty good at Zelling, right? So, so I'll Zell you. It's on me, your next movie. But you know what would be perfect for you to watch it tonight or tomorrow night before the Super Bowl? Because if you get to see Forrest Whitaker, super young Forrest Whitaker, by the way, play that role, and then you watch Aaron Donald on Sunday, you're going to be laughing and smiling on Sunday watching Aaron Donald, thinking of Forrest Whitaker from Fast Times at Richmond High.
Okay. All right. I will put it on our doc.
Okay. Movies on me. Much love, my brother. Have a great weekend. We'll catch up next week. Did we lose him? Okay, we lost him. All right. That was Cam Wolfe, baby. And our Fort Lauderdale Police Department, Miami Dolphins. Oh, wait, he's back? Okay. All right, Cam, much love. I appreciate you, man. Have a great weekend, all right? Appreciate you.
All right, big dog.
You got it, baby. Be good. There you go. That's Cam Wolfe, baby, and our Fort Lauderdale Police Department, Miami Dolphins report.
This has been the Fort Lauderdale Police Department Pro Football Report with insider Cameron Wolfe. The Fort Lauderdale Police Department is an equal opportunity employer. The department is now hiring uncertified and certified police officers. Go to flpdjobs.com.
Some guy said, Mr. Spock says private school for all Phoebe Cates fans. Private school was the girl that was dressed as a guy, and then she falls in love with another guy, but because she's a guy, she can't expose herself to the guy. Or is that private school? No, that's not private school. No, that's not the Phoebe Cates one. Is private school the one? How come I'm thinking horses? I don't know. Oh, yeah, no, you got to go private school movie and then I guess 80s. Just put private school 80s and then that's what it is. I don't know. Fast Times at Richmond High, awesome, totally awesome. He did a little Spicoli on that one. I like it. I got you, Arnaldo. I got what you're doing there. I got the reference. Omar Kelly would never get that reference, but I will. In 2005, the film was selected for presentation in the United States National Film Registry by the Library of Congress as being culturally, historically, and aesthetically significant. Oh, there's no doubt. There's no doubt. Fast Times at Richmond High was a movie that just went with a lot of those of us that grew up in those days of going to school. It resembled a lot of the things that we went through in life. We did a lot of that stuff that went on in Fast Times at Richmond High. There's no doubt about it. Yes. Anybody that went to school in the 70s and the 80s can relate to Fast Times at Richmond High. 90s and so on, you didn't have the same kind of life as the 80s and the 70s. But yes, there's no doubt that it would be about the same. I'm with you there. Dude, so happy about Wes Welker. Yeah, it's nice. I'm with you there. Danny Hadaway says, North Dallas 40, my football movie of all time. Things have changed so much. It is a great movie, North Dallas 40. I was actually playing some of the drops from North Dallas 40 the other day because I was in my studio. In my studio, I have all those drops. As a young teenager in the early 70s, we had the Don Shula Show, Dolphin Digest, and whatever Edwin Pope was willing to tell us. And that was pretty good. And there was nothing wrong with that. Dude, I would live for a Pope article. Okay? It's what did Edwin Pope have to say? What did Edwin Pope write about? I had to go run to the damn machine and grab my newspaper. Are you kidding me? Yeah, man. Edwin Pope is the man. Will always be the man. Love Edwin Pope, man. He was just absolutely a legend. Absolute total legend in our business. Now, let me see something here. Okay. Let me check here on, remember, you can make a donation through Cash App or Venmo. George Rodriguez. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you showing a little love on the Cash App, sir. Cash Big O Show. That's Cash Big O Show. By the way, the guy that complained about commercials, he hasn't sent me $1 million. No, I mean, if you're going to complain about all that stuff, might as well, send me a couple bucks if you're going to complain. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, just a couple million. Nature B is for me, by the way. Don't forget 27 vitamins and amino acids. And, of course, 28 powerful antioxidants and minerals. And, of course, energy. You see it. Listen, we do 3 hours of radio every day, sometimes 3.5, sometimes 4. And we do real radio here. We don't do like that crap that they do in some other stations where in an hour they've got 25, 30 minutes of commercials and traffic reports and weather reports and all that kind of updates and everything. And they barely really talk. No, we actually talk here. You need energy. Nature Bee powers me every day for the last 20 years. I take those 2 golden capsules, and Lord knows, in this virus-filled world, you want something that's going to boost your immune system? That's Nature Bee. You want something that's going to give you energy all day? That's Nature Bee. You want your nails growing stronger and longer? That's Nature Bee. You want your hair growing stronger and longer? That is Nature Bee. How about digestion? It helps your digestion. It is also all natural, made in clean, green New Zealand, not by a bunch of dudes in lab coats, okay? So it comes from Mother Nature, which is great for the kids and everyone. I've been taking it for 20 years. 2 golden capsules from Nature Bee. Go to naturebee.com, order it today, and use my code Big O for free shipping. naturebee.com. Get yours today and use my code Big O. You'll get free shipping. Big D says, I think I will try Nature Bee. You will like it. By the way, the soap is awesome. They sell other things. Okay? They sell a bunch of other things. The lip balm that they have also is awesome, all natural. The soap is fantastic, but Nature Bee is awesome. Awesome. And especially with the virus floating around, you want to protect yourself as much as possible, man. So that's, I've always used that for 20 years now. So go to naturebee.com, baby. Big O and free shipping. Dolphins outside linebacker coach Rob Leonard signs with the Baltimore Ravens. Barney says, what's your problem, bud? Another Fast Times at Richmond High reference. Jason Meyer says, Fort Lauderdale was awesome in the early 2000s, too. Jason, if you think Fort Lauderdale was awesome in the 2000s, sir, I give you the 70s and the 80s. You have no idea. You have zero clue. What you had in the 2000s is nursery rhymes to what we had going on in the 70s and the 80s. Okay? By the late 80s, Fort Lauderdale was already getting ruined. It was already shut down. And, right, I think I want to say late 80s, early 90s, they like pretty much kicked all the kids out and it was over. The
late 80s,
like
was it Button South closed?
Yeah. Yeah, that's when they wiped it out. You have no idea, my man. No idea. That is the blessing of being able to grow up in those decades. No social media, no nothing. Lord knows if social media was around for us 30, 40 years ago, it would not have been kind to a lot of us too. You know what I'm saying? It might have followed us around for a while.
I mean, even entertainment-wise, you had Six Flags up there in
Yeah.
Lauderdale.
Yeah, well, he talked about Atlantis, which was by 2000, it was pretty much over almost.
And you had Castle Park too, which was right by the airport, which ended up becoming Grand Prix when they moved it.
Boomers.
But, and then Boomers as well.
Yeah.
When it was Castle Park, that was something else.
Yeah. Those were the days, man. Those were the days. There's nothing like the Strip in the 80s, man. I got to tell you, dude. I got to tell you.
They put Button South, Penrod, Summers on the Beach, good times.
Oh, yeah, dude. Wet T-shirt
Killer,
contest, all that stuff. Oh, man.
And you could see them from the beach as well.
Yeah. Fort Lauderdale
Fort Lauderdale used to be 2 ways.
Fort Lauderdale, Fort Lauderdale was so good, dude. So good in the 80s. So great. To me, I know that South Beach is now considered the party, whatever, but it was always Lauderdale. Always. I mean, I had a blast in Miami and in Key Biscayne and in 81st Street Beach and Marco Polo and, all those different beaches on the Dade County side. There's no doubt I've had Castaways, everything blast all over. Okay. Nothing is like the Fort Lauderdale Strip. Nothing will ever be like the Fort Lauderdale Strip of the 70s and 80s. Nothing.
It was a buffet of entertainment, right?
Yeah,
it had something for everybody.
Everything. It was so good. So much fun. So much fun trouble. You know what I mean? Because it wasn't really about it wasn't like people brandishing guns and like some of the crazy ass stuff. Yeah, dude, you saw a couple guys that would get in a fight and they'd separate, it's over, whatever, and that's it. And everybody went back to drinking and partying. It was mostly about partying or whatever. Nowadays, it just gets ridiculous, dude. There's a criminal element to it, that just didn't exist back in the day. Now it's just like there has to be like these crazy ass fights and then weapons and all that. And just that's the stuff that did not exist back in the days. Yeah, there were a couple fights. There's no doubt about it. But they weren't whipping out guns or knives or whatever. Swings, we separated you. Everybody calmed down. Everybody got a beer and everybody got the hell out of the way and went on and moved on. And that's it. That's the difference. You know what I mean? It wasn't like, oh my God, there were so many cops because there were all these things and people getting jumped and all that, like what we see in South Beach. None of that ever went on in Lauderdale. And they kicked the kids out because they were partying too much, just drinking and stuff. But it wasn't like what it is now. There's no doubt. East Los Olas, the candy store. Yeah, man. Good old days. Parking at the old Miami Beach Kennel Club parking lot in South Beach. Getting there early for a covered spot. I remember using my beeper. Yes, I remember that too. Yes, I remember the beepers. The beepers. First, we had the beepers that would talk. Then we got the beepers that would give a text. Then we got the beepers that would give us the text and the football scores. That was the coolest thing, right? When you had a beeper that also had the scores and the news and all that, you were like, yeah, dude, I got a wire and everything on my beeper. Yeah, I'm big time now. My favorite high school movie of all time is Breakfast Club. It's a different type of movie, but it was brilliantly written and performed. The movie still holds up today. Every moment of it holds up. Every moment of it holds up. I'm with you there. I love The Breakfast Club. I can watch it over and over and over again. Joel Townley says, Big O, I'm still trying to catch up today, but I hope you charge Omar crypto for the education you gave him on the regular basis. Jim McEwen says, McDaniel knowing how to be himself as opposed to Flores doing his Belichick impression. What a breath of fresh air. Amen to that, dude. Amen to that. Big O, the original Longest Yard with Burt Reynolds and Brian songs are other great football movies. Yep, no doubt. Love them both. Although I just can't watch Brian's song. It still makes me cry, dude. It's still, no, in fact, I'm lying. I am lying. I am a huge liar. Okay, I've always cried with Brian's song. I watch it now, and I'm crying before I have to cry. Let me tell you something. Having a child softens you up. Staying married for a long, long time, like I have, softens you up. Having dogs, like I do, softens you up. And then getting old softens you up. And as you get older, you tend to be more emotional on things that you really weren't normally emotional about. You know? Now, Brian's song is one of those that, I mean, you've got to be nearly dead not to get emotional about Brian's song, especially at, towards the end there. And, it's just one of those where, yeah, now it's just even worse. So it's hard for me to watch. Like, I know what's coming with Brian's song, so it's already getting me emotional about it. Yeah, so it's a little harder to watch. But, man, it is twisted as you get older. It's like that force field that you have on that you can be a little bit more stoic in things. It just doesn't last, man. That force field crumbles, and it's just not the same. Big O, you mean Fort Lickerdale? Yes, exactly. Yes, sir. Beepers with the chain. You had to have the chain. Holy crap. Aaron Donald against the right side of the Bengals line could get ugly. Yeah, I would say so. I would say so. Classic movie. Okay, I'm tearing up. Yes, it is. Yeah, that's what it does to you, man. Don't forget, folks, to smash the hell out of the like button, man. I appreciate all of you out there. Sean and I appreciate you. Don't forget, Sunday, 4 o'clock, we will start our broadcast. Sean and I will probably be there around 3:30 already. We will be at Champions Sports Bar, all right, over at the Airport Marriott, 1201 Northwest. Am I right? Make sure. Yes, 1201 Northwest Lejeune Road, and we're in the second building. All right, beautiful bar, brand new, man. I mean, it is awesome. I mean, everything's been remodeled, but they added a new building in the back, and that building in the back, in the first floor, is where the new Champion Sports Bar is. The original Champions is now called Cane Grill in the front. It's awesome. It's beautiful. I mean, when you walk into that Marriott, it is gorgeous. But the second building, so when you drive in, by the way, it's free and secured parking. Okay, so bring your ticket into the bar and they will stamp it and you're fine. So you'll get free secured parking, great food, a lot of fun. The game will be on, but we're going to be doing a pregame show starting at 4 o'clock. And get ready. We're going to be doing something monthly with Champions now from here on out. So we'll be at the Airport Marriott once a month over at the Champions Sports Bar, having some fun. And, you know, they carry UFC fights, boxing matches, obviously the NFL games, Heat watch parties, Panthers, all of that. They want to tell you that if you're in that Miami area and you want a great sports bar, Champions is a great, and right off the 836 and Lejeune. So you're in and out quickly, man. Really nice place.
Oh, they're asking entrance fee for the event, for that event?
$0. Free. It's just a sports bar. Nothing. And when you get your ticket, when you drive in to the Marriott, grab your ticket and bring it to the sports bar. They'll stamp it, and you don't pay parking. And what I love, it's secured parking, man. So please come on out there. Let's have a big crowd for Sunday. I know it's short notice. I don't know if you have plans, but I would love to see you all out there. And we're going to start to make it kind of a monthly tradition out there, man. No, not kind of. Make it a monthly tradition. We're meeting on Monday, actually, to set the schedule for the next couple of months when we're going to be out there every month broadcasting live out there at the Champion Sports Bar at the Airport Marriott. So please come on out there. Our broadcast will start off at 4 o'clock. You'll love the food. You'll love the place. Place is gorgeous, man. Great TVs all over. You're going to love it. So come on out and join us. Airport Marriott this Sunday, starting at 4 o'clock for the big game. Big O, we need tangible evidence of Ross trying to pay to lose games. Big O, 2 seconds later, with zero evidence, will Beal be ousted because we don't know it was his idea? Yeah, we don't know. We don't know. That's the thing. I don't know. It's above my pay grade. Can the NFL then cancel the transition from Ross to Beal is the question. Maybe you didn't understand what I was explaining. And so that's the part that we don't know. And if they can prove it, that's the thing. Now, Ross has to have real evidence. It can't be he said, he said. If it's that, NFL gets away scot-free. Personally, I don't want him to have any evidence. You know why? I know some of you are saying, well, if they have evidence that we'll get rid of Ross. Okay. I got you. But they're also going to end up losing draft picks. And they're also going to get penalized. And so then we suffer and the team suffers for something Ross did. Ross is 80 years old. He's not far from retiring. I'd rather just hang on to Ross and not have a pay-for-lose scandal hanging around the Dolphins and taking away draft picks. So I'd rather just deal with Ross because he doesn't have a lot of years left as an owner. Eventually, he's going to have to. I mean, dude, he's just getting up there in years. He's 80 years old. So, you know, none of us last that long. So, not that I'm wishing anything bad on the man, but I'm just saying, I don't want the team to suffer. I don't want the fans to suffer. Okay? It's kind of like when Omar's saying, oh, man, I've lost. This team's taken away from me. What did I say? Well, Omar, you're getting paid to cover the team. I'm not feeling sorry for you. I'm feeling sorry for the fans that pay to watch the team, that pay and support the team and buy the tickets and the jerseys and the hats and travel and buy hotel rooms and airplane flights. Those are the people I feel for. Those are the people making the ultimate sacrifice. So I don't know how this whole thing is going to work out with Ross, and I don't know what power the NFL has in the transition. Can they boot out Ross and they can't do anything with Beal, or can they say, Bruce, we got to slow down on this. We got to put it up for sale. We can't have you. You're partners with him, and if he's cheating, you might have been part of it. We can't have that doubt. That's the part that above my pay grade, and I don't know. So there you go for Eric, if he didn't understand what I was talking about. And it happens. Fernando's Tompkins says, first time on the show. Keep up the good work, Big O. Been a fan since 91. What the hell took you so long to join the show? And thank you all out there. By the way, I want to thank all of you out there. We are over 100,000 downloads every single day this week. Last week, we averaged over 95,000 downloads a day. Up until yesterday, we had 450,000 downloads the last 4 days. Are we on pace today? Are we going to cross 100 again? Where are we at today? If we do it today, it's pretty amazing that we're crossing 100,000. We're approaching 11,000 subscribers. We're at 10,800, and I don't know what it is. It's moving to 10,900 almost already. So we're already moving to 11,000. So I just want to thank all of you out there because, I mean, all the shows on YouTube, they're building up. The audience is built up on the chat board. Some of you were here with us a couple of years ago when there were 15, 30, 50, 60 people on the chat board. And now they're, several hundreds. Yesterday there was 1,300 at one point, 1,400. What was it? We'll get there today again? Okay. All right. So we're on pace again to hit 100,000. Hopefully we will hit it again. And that'll be a whole week of hitting 100,000 plus every day. I mean, we're pacing, 112,000 Monday through Thursday. We'll see where it ends today, but thank you all out there. The numbers we're getting are better than national shows. Forget local. There's nobody even comes close in South Florida. What you guys, the way you're responding and supporting us, these are national numbers that we're getting now. And there are national shows that don't even have these kind of numbers either. So I want to thank you all out there. We're doing it with no advertising whatsoever. We're doing it with social media, word of mouth, and that's it. Because we don't have money to advertise. We can't buy billboards. We can't buy stuff in the internet or whatever. None of that. It's you smashing the like button, hitting the subscribe button, sharing the link with people, telling your friends, retweeting, Facebook posting, Meta posting, whatever it is, LinkedIn, IG, all of that. It's you. That's it. We don't do any advertising at all. Zero. So I cannot say enough. Sean and I will not stop. We will continue to work our asses off to add more elements to this program. And we have some elements that we're ready to add, just kind of got to wait for everything to fall in place. Okay. Got a big Dolphin show. I thought I had the right place for it. I did have the right place for it, but there was a technical snafu that did not allow us to do it. They wanted to do it, and so did we there. But now I've got to find the right business for it. By the way, if you have a business, a restaurant or bar, but it has to be a big one that is interested in a Dolphin show that will draw hundreds of people to it. We've got it. So you can reach out to me at Big O Radio Show at yahoo.com if you want. And if you want to be a sponsor on our show, you can also reach out to our business number, 786-754-4664. If you want to be a sponsor, 786-754-4664. Got this big ass. I got a Dolphin show that we're putting together. And I think it's going to be the biggest Dolphin show there's ever been in this town. It's going to be the biggest Dolphins event outside of a game that will be happening every month somewhere in South Florida. So if you've got a business that you feel can handle a place and a show like that, reach out to me. Reach out to us on our business line. Reach out on my Twitter page, DM at Big O Show. Many ways to reach out to us. We appreciate all of you out there. Heat, by the way, took care of business against the Pelicans. Fly, Pelican, fly. 112-97. They've got Brooklyn tomorrow. About that. Sixers and Nets. They trade Harden and Simmons. You know, it's the biggest problem in that one with the Harden-Simmons trade that I see. It's who's the one that gets better in the end? Really? Who's the one that finds chemistry? Does Ben Simmons find chemistry with these guys? Does James Harden find chemistry with Joel Embiid? It's almost like an awkward piece of a puzzle that each acquired, and now they've got to figure out how it fits. Because the two pieces that were traded are odd pieces that aren't normal. Ben Simmons doesn't shoot. His wussy ass is afraid to shoot. He's afraid to fail. I mean, if you're afraid to fail, then you're afraid of your own shadow. Everybody fails, man. In tons of things in life, it's normal to fail. It's normal to not be very good early on. But to be scared of being good, that's not, and afraid to fail, that's not good. And Harden, you kind of look at him and you say, well, wait a minute. Is he starting to run out of gas? Because this kind of player does not stay great all the way through into his old age because he's not a conditioning guy. This is a guy that plays basketball and then hangs out at strip clubs during his off time. And you look at his body, he's clearly drinking and having some fun. So you wonder. So it's almost like a race to, all right, I'll give you my dysfunction for your dysfunction, and let's see who can actually figure out and untap the dysfunction and make it functionable. So it's an odd trade, dude. But that's where you get to this point when you get to a dead end with two players. Russell Westbrook, James Harden, and Ben Simmons. Talent, but are they championship caliber type players? Are they winning players? Or are they just stats? We'll see. We'll see if the Nets or the Sixers can actually figure it out. By the way, when are the Panthers coming back? Like in 4 months? The 16th. They come back. They come back when, yeah, I know.
Because the NHL pulled the players because of COVID, so they were technically supposed to be on the break to play in the Olympics right now.
I know, but it's like, dude, this sucks. Like I have no hockey. But now the good thing is, I was thinking about this today. They're the best team in the league, and now you're going to give them a whole bunch of rest. Yay! I'm good with that. So they were already the best team in the league. They played a whole bunch of home games. So now they're going to play some road games now in the back end of their schedule, right? Well, now they got a whole bunch of rest to go hit that road schedule. I like it. I hate waiting for it, but I like what could be the end result from it. It's pretty cool. Will NFFC says, and thank you for the love on the super chat. He says, Big O, we appreciate you. I'm a fan from the UK, discovered your show from Doug, and I've watched ever since. I'm new to the NFL and only been watching since 2019, and you've really helped me. Thank you, O. Well, thank you, Will. I appreciate you, sir. Thank you for being very kind and watching the show from afar and supporting us in every way possible. Appreciate it. Don't forget to smash the hell out of that like button, man. What else did I see? Bro, did you see Jonathan Allen? Jesus Christ. Okay, folks, I get it if you're young, but let's have a little common sense in life. There are things that you can and cannot do. Okay? Now, we have, not to get too political, but we have a coffee shop that is opening up in Miami, in downtown Miami. Did you see the story? They are inspired by Che Guevara and Fidel Castro. The company was inspired. Now, the company has erased all that stuff for the open because they have other locations, I think like New York and Dallas or something, and they're opening up one here in Miami. So now they've eliminated the Che Guevara and Fidel talk. But everybody already knows about it and they've talked about it. How do you think the business is going to go for them here in Miami? Yeah, not very good, right? Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if some psycho bombs them. Seriously. Like, listen, in Miami, you don't go pro Castro or Che Guevara, dude. So these are things you're not supposed to do. Now, is there anything else? Is there any kind of other human being you're not supposed to associate yourself with that you might be, insulting a group of people? Is there anybody else that comes to mind? Or are you afraid to say the name? It's got a really short mustache. Okay. So Jonathan Allen, the Washington Commanders defensive tackle, apologized for a since deleted tweet where he said Adolf Hitler was one of 3 people living or dead with whom he'd like to have dinner. Just certain people you don't want to associate with. Young people out there, maybe you didn't do much in school. Maybe Jonathan Allen didn't hit the books while at Alabama or high school. Maybe some of you didn't read up on your history. Hitler was a really bad guy. Just want you to know that. Like, he's burning in hell right now next to the devil as we speak. Not a guy you want to associate yourself with. Just certain people you may not want to actually, By the way, he was a nominee for the Walter Payton Man of the Year award for the 2nd consecutive year. Something tells me he will never be voted that again, no matter what he does now. So he put out there to his 68,000 Twitter followers, ask me anything. One of them asked, which 3 people, dead or alive, would you want to have dinner at the table with? And he responded with Granddad, Hitler, and Michael Jackson. When asked to explain it, he's a military genius, and I love military tactics, but honestly, I would want to pick his brain as to why he did what he did. What, trying to kill millions of people? Or killing millions of people? I am also assuming that the people I've chosen have to answer all my questions honestly. he apologized, and earlier I tweeted something that probably hurt people. Probably. Hurt people, and I apologize for what I said. I didn't express it properly. No, my brother, there's no expressing. You don't want to have dinner with him. Okay? I was trying to say what I was trying to say, and I realized it was dumb. Dumb, stupid, ignorant, insensitive, moronic. The adjectives are endless. Sometimes common sense is just completely out the window in this world. I got to tell you. Brendan Flood goes, I want to pick his brain with an ice pick. That's how you're supposed to say it. Oh, Lordy. I got to tell you, man. These are the things that just, I don't know how they happen in life. I really don't. All right.
Did you see the All-Star draft with LeBron and Durant?
Oh, I don't really care about it. Why? What happened?
Well, it came down.
I know
to
they
two
got
people.
Butler.
It came down to two
LeBron
people at the end: Rudy Gobert and James Harden.
Oh wow!
Who do you think Kevin Durant picked?
Well, one carries a virus, and the other one carries diseases from strippers. So I don't know which one. Take your pick.
You went with the virus.
He went the virus.
He took Rudy Gobert.
Okay.
And then also during it,
It's safer.
Believe there was a question asked. I believe it was about James Harden on whether he was healthy enough to play, and Charles Barkley piped up and said, "Well, he was traded, so now he'll be fine."
Yeah.
So some good little
little
nuggets in there.
I love it. Remember the Cam Super Bowl where they couldn't block Von Miller? This could be a rough night for Burrow. That's what I'm thinking. That's exactly what I'm thinking. That guy is going to be just, done. Let's see. What else? Like a greater good. Barney O got Billy Deed. I don't know what that means. Have no idea. All right. Did I check the Welton Rayom text line before we do anything else? Let me see here a second. I have not. Let me check the Welt and Rayom text line, 855-912-1056. Remember, you can reach out to us anytime at 855-912-1056 whenever you're watching. Okay? All right, what else do we have here? Big O, every head coach in NFL history has been a first-time head coach. What the heck is wrong with these people? Oh, you're right. We just got to see them hit on one of them. That's what we need. We need them to finally hit on a damn coach, and hopefully this is the guy. We'll see. And somebody sent me the Wes Welker joining the Dolphins staff. Thank you. I appreciate it. Somebody's sending me an Instagram post. I don't know what it is about. Can't open it now. Sorry. I will open it later. See if this jogs your memory about private school. Girl, bare-chested horse. Did I not say horses? A girl, bare-chested horseback. So is she also bare-chested there? I got to watch private school. I'm a little tired of Ira's holier-than-now Heat rooftop soapbox trashing of the Dolphins. I'm a huge Heat fan, but let's be honest, we never won a title without generational talent like Shaq or LeBron. Wade never did it on his own. Well, he kind of did. Zoe was more important than Shaq in those finals. So, put it this way. They can't win without Wade. Like, not even close. So, that's the way I would look at it. Nor could Riley get past Jordan. Look, every great coach, one with great talent. So that's kind of every title pretty much in the NBA is loaded with great talent. But bare-chested on a horse, that does seem familiar. I remember a horse. That's why I said private school. I don't know why I'm thinking horse. When talking about the fans that are putting forth their money, I really appreciate that. I have had season tickets to the Fin since 2003, fly down from Baltimore for the games, get hotel, rental car, while I have the Ravens training camp less than a mile from my house. Talk about heartbreaking year after year, Rudy. You're the guy, Rudy. You're the guy. But, you know, the difference between, at least, I mean, I don't want to sound like I'm better than most in the media in this sense, but I deal with the public more than anybody in the media. I answer emails more than anybody in the media. I answer texts more than anybody in the media. I answer tweets more than anybody in the media. I answer DMs more than anybody in the media. I answer your questions on the chat board more than anybody else in the media. I connect with fans more than anybody else in the media. Hell, what are we doing next Friday? A week from today. Connecting with people all the time. So I'm a little different than the average media member because, yeah, I'm a media member, but I'm also a fan. And I never shy away from that. And I never shy away from the fact that I love all my local teams and I root for them. It doesn't take away from me being objective. If I think they're not doing something right or whatever, that's fine. But I also get to, you know, hang out with NorCal and hang out with all kinds of, you know, fans. And so, you know, that maybe that's why maybe I have a little bit more understanding of the fans and what they go through. So that's why, you know, when Omar was talking about, oh, it's, you know, Dolphins have aged me and this and that and all that. And I'm like, man, it can't be harder than for people like Rudy and other fans who are incredibly dedicated to this team. And I see them on social media all the time, right? Dedicated, wearing their Dolphins gear. I see them at games. They're at bars, home, whatever. They're traveling. That's what it's all about. It's about them. It's about you guys. So you guys are the ones that are in my heart for this BS that we've gone through the last 25 years. Big O, is baseball close to coming back? I hope so. They're talking, so hopefully they'll come to an agreement. All right. Let's see. The media are more in a bubble than anything else nowadays. Well, it's a little harder now because they've been separated from everything. By the way, congratulations to Snoop Dogg. You saw that? He bought Death Row Records. How cool is that? And let me tell you, he might be able to build something out of that. Because of the history, he might be able to revitalize it. I hope he does. Good for Snoop, man. Because obviously, Suge Knight was a terrible, terrible human being. And I use human being and Suge Knight very loosely. Because he resembles nothing of what a human being is. But it is what it is. But Snoop, now that's a good human being. So good for him. I'm glad. He deserves it. Plus, he made that label. He was part of the people that made that label. All right, we're out of here. We thank Ira Winderman, Manny Navarro, Omar Kelly, Cameron Wolfe, Sean Stanley, Larry Schlossberg, all the great people, Mr. Zinn, as always, and everyone else that makes it nice and easy for us to broadcast out here every month. We will see you on Sunday, 4 o'clock, right here live on the channel. Get you ready for the big game. And, of course, over at Champions Sports Bar at the Airport Marriott. Love you all. See you on Sunday. Same time, same place, different bat channel, but all on the OK Coin Studios.
This is the Big O Show.
Sports fans love a place with great food, cold drinks, and TVs everywhere. That's why sports fans love Sports Grill and their 7 amazing locations. Check out the Bird Road location at 11481 Southwest 40th Street in the back corner of the West Bird Shopping Center. Sports Grill is also now offering some great employment opportunities. All kinds of positions are now available from kitchen to hosting. Call for more information at 305-485-8845. From wraps to salads to amazingly delicious specialty dishes, Sports Grill is the home to the legendary special grilled wings. Since 1987, Sports Grill, good food, good drink, and good friends.
It's the Big O Show.